It's 4:30 and I'd like to call the special meeting of the Canandaigua Town Board to order. We'll begin with a pledge of allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Crystal, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember John Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Terrence Bentley,
Present.
Councilmember Adeline Rudolph, present. Councilmember David Saunders,
Present.
Supervisor Jared Simpson.
Present. You also confirm the meeting was properly advertised?
Yes, it was.
Excellent. Okay, we will begin tonight's meeting with the privilege of the floor. If there's anyone who would like to be heard at this time. Anybody in the audience, or are there any hands online? Any hands on? I'm not seeing anybody. Anybody else in the audience?
I guess I will. Ask a question.
Okay, could you take the mic, please? Thank you. So otherwise they won't be able to hear you online.
Oksana Fuller, County Road 16. So this is a question in regards to this meeting and the resolution for the following town board meeting. So this town board is going to be discussing the transition of hiring a new town manager. I just want to have a yes or no from any. What?
That's the way I read it.
Okay, that's the way you read it. Okay, so,
Board does too. Not very well.
okay. And then the other question is the supervisor's position. In the beginning, he told us, I don't know if it was a town board meeting or it was at one of our CIC meetings, that he was looking for a 2-year sabbatical so he could become a full-time supervisor. So I would just like to know what is the issue with all of that? Jared?
If I can get back to you later during privilege of the floor, it's not a back and forth, but
Well,
I'd be more than
this is
happy to
privilege
discuss
of the
that.
floor.
right, but it's not a back and forth.
Okay. That's all.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard at this time? Okay. So first of all, I'd like to take a moment, and I'm sure other board members will be expressing these same thoughts over the next few weeks. But we were anticipating a transition with our town clerk, Clerk Chrisman, being elected as the Ontario County Clerk. Well, very excited for this, and I remember the phone call. I had rats running across my feet in New York City when we talked about this on the phone in January. Actually February, but excited for you, but very sad for the town and what we're going to lose in the years of experience and the influence that you've been. So speaking for myself, and I'm sure other people during the next couple months, we'll be doing the same, but thank you.
You're welcome.
And you're part of the reason why we're here. And also the double whammy, I'd also like to give a very heartfelt thanks to our town manager, Doug Finch, who surprised me with a phone call a couple weeks ago on Friday morning. And I'm very excited for him and the opportunity that he has to take this new position and to and the things that you'll be able to accomplish. And I also want to thank you for the years and years of experience and leadership you've provided to the town, out in front, behind the scenes, knowledge, everything that you brought to the town. And you're the other reason why we're here tonight. So, but I just wanted to say thank you. We will be talking about filling the roles and transition for both of you and both of your positions and what it's going to look like. And please, at any time, if you have any input, that you would like to add or any comments that you would like to share? We will be looking for your leadership and guidance through this process. Okay, so thank you very much. Now, as outlined in the agenda for the 4:30 meeting is pretty light. Mainly because there's some immediate items that we need to bring attention to. Operational items, day-to-day items that are necessary in order to keep things running smoothly so we don't have a lapse. Because with the holidays coming up, with Thanksgiving and then Christmas, if we wait until January, we will be behind the eight ball on these. So a couple policies to discuss, and we do have resolutions for a couple of these to look at. But the first one is the credit card policy and the credit account policy. I was informed by our attorney that we don't need to change the credit card policy because the town board chooses who and can assign credit cards to different employees of the town or officials within the town. But because of the way the credit card policy is, our clerk and our manager will need to turn in their cards. So as part of that and part of the discussion, I'd like to propose that we do, in order to keep operations running, that we should get a credit card in Crystalline's name. Lindsay already has one.
No, she doesn't.
We should have one in Lindsay's name. Jim has one, and we should also have one in my name for the online accounts linked to the Amazon and the online purchases.
So they're also
Items.
used for conference
Yes.
registrations. and those
Right,
sorts of
all of
things.
that,
Mhm.
right.
So the only one that has one now is Jim, when the two of them are gone?
Yes,
I believe so.
so Jim would be the only one. So any thoughts on that?
So you wanna add Lindsay, Crystalline, and Jared?
Correct.
Who's the last name?
This-
Lindsay, Crystal, and myself
Okay, yep.
to the credit card policy. So there would be those four. Any thoughts? Okay,
Makes sense.
any discussion on that?
It's to the person, not to the position, is that correct?
Correct, right, because it's the signature and everything else with that, okay.
Do you have a reso on that on here, or we didn't do one?
We do not have one for the credit card
Do we need
policy,
to, so we
no.
don't need to do it?
Should you do a motion?
We can make a motion,
I'll make the motion to approve that.
okay, can I get a second? Second. All right, so the motion is that we would now, with the turning in of the credit cards for Doug and Jean, we'd have a credit card in my name, Crystalline's name, Lindsay's name, and Jim's name. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, carries.
Doesn't Jim already have one?
Well, that would be the policy going forward,
Overall.
so he doesn't get two, he just still has the same one. All right, another item of discussion is the procurement policy that we
Can
needed
go
to
back the
discuss.
last Resolution.
The credit, yes,
Just crossed my mind. Should we do it by position rather than by name? Did I hear a yes, Chris?
I'm hearing a yes and
Can
I'm
we do
hearing a
that with the
no,
bank?
I'm hearing a yes and an So finish your thought and then we'll let Nadler chime in and then we'll,
That was it, right? Should we make the resolution by position rather than by name? I just throw it up, it's just crossed my mind, just.
it would be cleaner if we
You could
can do that.
do either. What you've done is that, credit cards for these three individuals. If it's by position, it's more in the way of policy making. The town planner will always have, the town, clerk will always have a credit card. Which is in my way, the way the policy reads now, manager, highway superintendent, and town clerk will always have one. And then you added these three people, which is in accordance with the policy.
Why wouldn't we want their names on them? It's not that hard to get their names on them. right?
I was gonna follow up by saying that, based on what you're just saying then, I suggest that we move with this resolution temporarily. And then we reevaluate after we've hired new people or appointed new
Yeah.
people to these positions.
Definitely. Any other thoughts on that? Okay, so we're not doing anything. We're late, well, we voted on it, so we're not
Can we confirm the
changing.
Names again.
So you're gonna have four.
Correct.
people that are gonna have, specified with their name.
Correct. Correct.
The names are Lindsay Frary, Crystalline Lasky, Jared Simpson, and we already have Jim Fletcher.
And
So that is
just
our-
so everyone knows, and it was attached to the policy, but there is a acknowledgement document that all four of those gyms already got. The other three individuals will need to acknowledge they're responsible for the purchase of software.
Yes,
So that's our town HR and Parks Director, our Deputy Town Clerk, and Supervisor.
and all that paperwork, we can execute that paperwork for those names as well as part of that. Okay. All right, next is, we had discussed was looking at the procurement policy. Doug, can you explain real quick why we need that? If you can go up there, yeah, why we had discussed that, why this is on here, because some people might not see the need for that.
Sure. So there's a couple of items. You just talked about the credit card, the procurement piece of that. So what we do is we utilize a purchase order system in the town of Canandaigua. And so the department heads per our procurement policy are authorized to spend up to $1,000. And then from the point of $1,000 up to whether it's $20,000 for the general fund or up to $35,000 for a public works project, they're required to get a requisition, a purchase order. What happens in our digital computer system, our Tyler Technologies Encode 10 system, is they submit their requisition or their request for approval for a purchase order. Myself being the town manager and the finance clerk, those two positions then review that request, make sure that there's enough money in the budget for those requests, that it is a budgeted expenditure or something that falls within the procurement policy. And then we approve that requisition. Thus, it electronically automatically creates a purchase order that the department head can then use. You know, one of the things that we've always done is the finance clerk position has never had the authority to approve those requisitions. That rested with the town manager because of the reason of the checks and balance, right? That's a big thing. I've talked with many of you about that over the last 2 weeks. I think for me, when I first started, the town was finishing a audit with the comptroller's office, and the comptrollers and Gene and I sat in this room with the comptroller's office, and the auditors were very firm with us about needing a checks and balance system. And so that's why we instituted these different positions that have these different approvals and capabilities so that there was always these checks and balances. So the finance clerk would review it. That should sit down. Usually we do it on Mondays as much as we could. And then we go through it and then I would approve those. So in the wake of the town manager position being vacant, somebody has to essentially be able to approve those requisitions to go forward. You know, it varies. The workload, if I can just go into that for a quick second, that varies greatly. Some weeks it could be 5, 10 requisitions. They may be relatively small and easy. Other times it could be much more in depth, and we're chasing down to make sure all of the documents are there. That's also the time in that system within Tyler Technologies Encode, and you all have view access to that. But you could actually go in and look, and actually we attach the invoices, we attach the estimates. It's the opportunity for someone to make sure that all of those documents that we're supposed to have are in there and that the request actually meets the procurement policy. It's the opportunity to approve. And I remember, Terry, back when we were first talking about this, I think it was you specifically that said we need a PO system because otherwise expenses were just happening, and there had to be that check and balance and actually capturing and making sure to capture all that. So I think that's why specifically you need to address the procurement policy with regard to who is approving those requisitions so that process continued, whether it's position or people or whatever it is you want to do. So.
I would comment, your policy right now says the town manager or the clerk finance has to approve it. So one individual, but I think Doug's dead on right, you need 2 people.
Yeah.
I think you could, you know,
Well,
change your policy, or you can, you know, add procedure where a second
Right.
person is reviewing it
So
and the clerk finance
But-
is approving.
currently, yeah, the clerk finance is not a review.
She helps to make sure that the
helps, but-
documents are there, but she
can't
doesn't
be the-
actually
She can't be
approve
the
it.
final write-off.
Correct.
Because we need another set of eyes.
Yeah.
So based on our discussion and what we had talked about earlier, can't remember, I think it was last week, today's Monday. We had discussed myself and we had discussed Lindsay. So the Director of Human Resources, Director of Parks, and the town supervisor. The reason being, with the amount of invoices, so the bulk of our invoices are highways, so obviously it couldn't be our highway superintendent. We have a whole large number of invoices that are parks related. So this way there is that balance. So, and I talked to Lindsay about it today about, dividing that up to have a line between who does what. But that ability, so there are two, because she can't review the parks ones. She can review the other ones, but then have somebody there who can always also review the parks as well.
Right. The other thing that could be done, I kind of talked to Lindsay a little bit about that also, is Lindsay in her role as department head for parks. I still think it's better for somebody else to be able to approve those, but she could also utilize some of her park staff. For instance, like Andy could be the one putting in the request instead of Lindsay, so that there's also
Yeah.
a step away from that, but it's still good if it's a separate department.
These all, you said that the town board has access to the system.
Yes, read only.
All 5 people here will have the ability to see this as it's going on or shortly thereafter.
They can
We've
at any
always had
time.
it.
They've always had it.
We've always had.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Again, maybe we want to make this temporary until such time as we want to reevaluate the full-time people on.
So do you want to, I mean, like the other one, we want to go to, problem is, I mean, we can set it first, we can relook at it. It's just a policy.
Once
At any time when we have things ironed out.
Yeah, once
I
we
don't-
have full-time people
Yeah.
assigned and we know who's gonna fill the clerk
Okay.
role and who's gonna fill the
Okay,
manager role, we reevaluated it.
Has Lindsay expressed an interest in doing this? Is that good?
I talked to her today. I mean, it's not good, bad, or indifferent with her doing that. It's just somebody able to
Just
check
making sure it's
those.
not something she's.
Yeah.
opposed to.
I think
No, and
she's listening in, but I would also just tell you, and we can unmute her. She's just muted. She's willing to do whatever she can to help and facilitate the efficient
She wants-
transition. So
She wants to make it as seamless as possible, and we talked about that today, and she's willing to do that.
just type something. I can't read what it says from here, but I don't have my glasses
I'm
on.
happy to
I'm happy
assist.
that something with the transition,
Yeah.
assuming she
So-
said help.
Yes.
A lot of things today in June. I know she's. Oh, that's awesome.
That's what's talking.
While we're, John, going off what you said in terms of temporary, what Doug and I had discussed was making these appointments by town board resolution. Because you're either covered under the policies or pretty close under the policies, not amending any policies now or in December. Those are things you should think about. Yeah,
And that
Yeah,
gives us more time for the organizational
yeah,
meeting.
and then you do a resolution saying, now this person's allowed to do it, and then that can be rescinded at any time. I think that's the best way to do it.
So should we have a motion for that? Or do you want a resolution for next?
Let's put a resolution.
Is there any urgency for that? To have it?
Well,
Motion versus resolution?
I mean,
Well,
you're
there,
still gonna be doing it until
yeah,
you leave, right?
Yes. So I'll continue to do it and work through it. The only thing I'm a little bit concerned about, and this kind of goes with some of the conversations we were talking about, there's some changes within the Tyler technology system that we have to make. And I'm just concerned if everything waits until the 20th, that we're going to be jammed right against Christmas and the holidays. So the more I can start to, I mean, if the direction is, if we can do a policy at the December meeting, but as long as the town board is good with the direction of Jared and Lindsay, I can start to work with the Tyler technology folks to make that happen in the meantime, if that's
What were
okay
the
with
names?
everybody.
There was Jared, Lindsay,
Just
That's it.
Jared, no,
that's it.
having those, so we have,
Adding Jared and Lindsay, the clerk finance actually, according to the policy.
right,
Still has authority to approve being the second,
yeah, but it's right.
Jess has already.
But I don't know actually if that authority has been
It has not.
given. from
Intentionally.
administrators.
It hasn't
Right.
been exercised, no.
Can I make a suggestion? I would just say for clarity, just to make a motion to direct staff to do that resolution for the next meeting, but in the meantime, Jared, Doug will start the transition to
Right.
Jared and Lindsay, just so it's clear.
And we can have that in preparation for
Make the
the,
motion to
for
direct
the
staff to
18th,
get started on the
the
process.
meeting of the 18th. So I will make a motion to direct town staff to add myself, town supervisor, and Lindsay, director of Parks and Recreation, Human Resources, to the purchase order review. That's not the best,
Yeah. no,
that's not
that's
the
good.
best
No,
word.
it's,
That's
you're,
fine.
you're reviewing requisitions.
The requisition reviews.
You're gonna create the
Yeah.
PO for Lindsay.
Great.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, because with our next meeting being on the 18th. I don't know who scheduled that one right up against the Christmas. Okay. Bank accounts. We had talked about that. Is there what changes? Would you recommend at this point?
So currently, there are 3 signatories on the bank accounts, and I actually had emailed you a resolution on Friday. But those 3 signatories currently is Jared as the town supervisor, Gene as the town clerk, and myself as the town manager. With 2 of the 3 of us leaving, you need at least 1, if not 2. I think best practice is to have 3 people on those bank accounts in case something were to happen and moves, be able to do whatever needs to be done. Let's just leave it at that. There's all the processes and policies that we have to follow. Additionally, the town manager, Jean used to be the town administrator on the accounts for years, and then the bank said to us that she could no longer do that because she had the town clerk account. I think it's worthwhile, just for clarification purposes, let's just touch on that for a second. So the town clerk has a separate account as well as receiver of taxes, right? So the town justices have their own accounts. For instance, Honorable David Perrell's town justice has his account, same for Justice Jones. And then the town has, for instance, for lack of a better way of saying it, checking accounts, savings accounts. There's any number of accounts. There's separate accounts that we have to have for grants, like community development block grants or environmental facility corporation. They make us have special standalone accounts for all of those types of things, trust and agency accounts. There's any number of those accounts. And so Jared, Jean, myself are the 3 names on all of those accounts currently, right? So obviously Jared's already on there. I do recommend that you make Jared the administrator as the town supervisor of those accounts, and then add 1 or 2 people in addition to those accounts. Any check more than $5,000 is required to have 2 signatures on it. The system, our digital system, knows that, and it already accounts for that when the approval happens. I just want to spend a quick second on that, but adding, I think my recommendation was, potentially Crystalline, since she's a elector of the town of Canandaigua, and that's something for you to discuss, the 2 of you. And then, if you wanted to add a 3rd person, Lindsay would certainly be a logical choice for that. But adding those names to the accounts. The other thing I just want to talk about real quick, because I know I've been asked the question by some residents as well as some board members on how that actually happens, how those checks get printed or how that happens, because it is all happening within an electronic system. So essentially, you have the abstract that is run before the town board meeting. The bills are then presented for you to be able to review all the bills. That's what you guys do before every single town board meeting. I think they're actually probably still upstairs. We got to run up and grab them before the 6 o'clock meeting. Oh, they're right here.
They're
There
right
you
behind
go.
you.
So when you guys vote to approve those bills and then you sign that abstract, the very next day, what happens, the process is you have then authorized the expenditure of all of those bills and the payment of all those bills. So then the finance clerk takes that information and then generates the check. When the check is generated, there's 2 electronic signatures that automatically print on that check to coincide with that. The financial system automatically prints out and makes sure that there's a check and balance there, and there's an audit log so we can see the exact time and second of anything that's been done within the system in case there's ever any problem. In addition, we have another reviewer that goes through and verifies that the check matches the invoice. And in addition, there's another, when this goes back to the checks and balances, and we've intentionally put these types of checks and balances. Additionally, we have another person who actually does the monthly bank account reconciliations that has nothing to do with any of that process, again, just for checks and balances. And that has worked very well for us. The comptroller has complimented us on that system. That's exactly the type of stuff they want, those checks and balances. But that's essentially how a bill gets paid by the town of Canandaigua, and then it goes out in the mail, and generally within a week they get that. So I'll stop.
Any questions on that? So that takes me to,
Do we make a motion on that now?
well, we have
resolution.
the resolutions. Do you have the copies of those in front of you?
Is that the one that we just got?
That
This
was
was the
the,
Friday
that was the
one.
emailed one? That came out Friday?
That one just has crystalline on it. Did we want to add Lindsay to that so that there are 3?
Well, that's, I think, would it be cleanest if we just did these at the meeting tonight? And we can number them and we can edit them if needed. So you're discussing resolution 294, appointment of signatories on the town's bank accounts, which it does. It has myself and it has Crystalline.
Well,
I
you're
thi-
already on it, so it's
right.
just adding.
I think we need to add a third, because I think you always should have 3. If you need 2, you need to have 3.
I agree.
Can you clarify which resolution you're on?
This is the last one.
Doesn't
I
have a
numbered it,
number yet.
I numbered it 294.
Mine, God, yeah, I have it doesn't do it.
I numbered it
Yeah.
with my blue pen.
That's the revised one, it's the last one. So the last one on page 1. Appointed of signatories.
Oh, I got that. Then I must have them backwards. We can figure out the numbering.
91, 92, 93.
So this one is the appointment of the signatories of the bank accounts.
So yeah, it'd be 293 if we don't have another one.
Yeah, I don't, I got,
You can look at my copy. On the bottom.
that's okay.
We'll give you a second now.
So this is just for the signatures that are
Yeah.
computer generated.
Correct.
And that would be then be Crystalline and you.
And we are in discussion of adding a third. This is one that we said we think we should have a third on.
No, this one is just. the
That one just says
signatures.
crystalline, so,
That's the signatures when I just looked at it.
yes, correct.
There's only 2 signatures printed on the checks, correct?
There's
But
a,
there's
We all
one
have
to
to.
appoint signatories and then an authorization for digital signatures. One is at the bottom.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, there's 3.
This is just signatories in general.
Yes.
And then this one.
It's
is top of page 2
That's the
says,
top.
and we can use digital signatures.
All right, so the first one we need 3 and the second one we need 2, right?
no, I think that
Yeah,
What's,
the first one we should have 2 and the second one should have 3.
no, the digital signatures, you don't need a
I'm not gonna
body.
change those.
I know, well, maybe mine is in a different order than yours, but digital signatures is first on mine.
Whatever.
Unless you have, this is page 1.
Okay.
I might have flipped them. Most likely Doug sent them to us in a logical,
Straightened out during the break.
in a logical order, and I messed them up, which would not not be the first time. Okay, so let's take these in order.
What is the order?
Let's start with the one appointment of myself as the bank account administrator with Canandaigua National Bank.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's call that page 1.
so we'll call that one 291.
No, they need 2,
You
okay.
good?
Yep.
Let's slow.
So what are you doing? Because we end at 289, so why are you calling it?
No, we don't end at
Oh, no,
280.
wait, this thing, never mind.
We end
It's
at
the extra page. 291, okay,
Okay.
got it.
All right, so we'll call this one 291. And
Appointment of Jared Simpson as town Canandaigua Bank Account Administrator with Canandaigua National.
correct.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, so, all right, so we got a first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye, carries. So we'll call that one 291, and we'll add that to the end of the listing of the resolutions.
So we're putting that on this meeting agenda, then not.
This will be on this meeting agenda, correct? The next one, appointment of signatories on town's bank accounts with Canandaigua National Bank. We will call this one 292. So move.
I would, may I offer a suggestion, Mr. Chairman?
Mm-hmm.
This is the one I think where we want to add a third
Yes.
name.
Yep, so we have a motion. Let's get a second, then we can edit it.
I'll second.
Okay, so do we have any proposed amendments to this
Yeah.
resolution?
I think we should add Lindsay Ferre as an additional signature.
Okay,
I will second adding Lindsay Frary.
all right, so we have a first and a second for an amendment to this resolution to add Lindsay Frary.
Are you adding it to be it for the result paragraph?
Yeah,
Yes,
right at the end of that. And it has to be the second be it further resolved.
Or just strike that. I don't think you actually need that. You can strike that second. So now therefore be it resolved and then add Lindsay Ferrari and then strike the be it further resolved, the second one. Because you don't need it at that point. I was just trying to clearly spell out that you only had two.
okay,
Do we need the, be it finally resolved?
Yes,
The
because we
last
need a
one
copy
needs
of it.
there
So
too.
then that needs to be added there.
No, well, yes.
The
I'm
very
sorry.
last
Yes,
paragraph.
yes.
so the amendment reads. The now therefore be it resolved, we are adding Lindsay's name. We're striking be it further resolved.
Yes.
And at the be it finally resolved, we are adding Lindsay's name.
Yes.
Okay. And this is just on the amendment only. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. So the amendment carries. And now,
Motion.
we already have a motion for the amendment itself. So now a vote on the amendment as the resolution as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. So the resolution as amended passes.
That was Terry and John, first and second of the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it was John and me, first and second.
For the amendment.
What was that? Resolution number.
292.
292. Because we like to do the last ones first.
I know.
This is page 2.
Well, the first shall be last.
Okay.
Okay, we good? Crystal, you good?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
No, you know, who gets this on checks?
All right, so this next one, authorization for digital signatures for Jared Simpson and Kristen Lask from the town's bank accounts with Canandaigua National Bank, update the town's financial software. We will call this one 293.
So moved.
So Terry and Adeline,
Take a break.
take a bit. Any discussion on this one?
If I can, Supervisor. So this has yourself and Crystalline already on it. I think you could certainly add Lindsay. However, I'm sorry, Chris, can you let the person in the waiting room in? The checks have two signature lines on them. I think what I would recommend to the board is that you leave those primary two signatures as the supervisor and Crystalline. Lindsay can be there, a backup type situation, but without having to reorder checks and change the system and everything else, it's just easier just to have the two digital signatures be on the system.
So it'll be have to be rewarded to have an or
No, I think it's.
or it's only gonna be those two people that sign.
Well, we don't sign them, it's just computer generated.
Yeah.
But if-
It's okay as written.
I think it's okay as written. You could certainly reflect in there that Lindsay also has signature authority, if you wanted to, just for clarification, but I don't know that you need it.
I see Gene saying no. Let's see, I've heard a no over here. Okay. So any other further discussion on this resolution? All in favor? Aye. Okay, that one carries.
First and second on that.
Adeline and Terry.
Jump ball.
There's a jump. You figured out.
I just checked one.
Go to the replay.
Terry and I like to be in sync as much as possible.
All right, the last one, which is the appointment of Jared Simpson as Town of Canandaigua Investment Account Administrator with New York Class, and the addition of Kristen Last, which is 294.
So Logan,
Wait, hang on.
can we talk about this one a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's, do we want to just,
You can move, I'll second.
okay, so now let's discuss.
Can we talk a little bit about the process here? Why we need to, tell me what goes on.
Sure. So the investment accounts, so this is specific with regard to our New York class investment account. So we just took care of the bank accounts. Quite a few of our investments are with Canandaigua National Bank. We've talked many times in finance committee meetings. We've generated, I believe it's almost $400,000. We did confirm that, by the way, after the last finance meeting, in interest income this year. And that is primarily done through the use of investment in laddered or staggered CDs, which I also want to talk to you about in a quick second. But anyway, in addition to those investments in those certificate of deposits, whether it's Canandaigua National Bank, Lions National Bank, you have authorized us and authorize us every year at the organizational meeting to invest in a couple of different banks. Most often they end up with Canandaigua National Bank. In addition, we have investments with New York Class, and we also have the ability to invest with the American Investment Fund, I think is what it's called. But the interest rates just haven't been as strong. So there's a couple of things that we really like about investing with New York Class. New York Class is an investment portfolio that has actually turned very well for us over the years, even through the downturn in interest rates. In addition, for each of our reserve funds, it actually enables the automatic crediting of the interest for each of those sub accounts or those reserve funds. I believe off the top of my head, I want to say we have about, I'm going to say $4 to $5 million. I believe it's 5 million approximately in those different investment accounts, but that's pooled money essentially. And so we get the higher return because of that pooled money in that investment account. But then the individual sub accounts all make up that pooled account and then get those interests. So for instance, if it's the open space reserve fund, or it's the transfer station reserve fund, or any of, highway maintenance reserve fund, et cetera, each of those sub accounts are getting credited every single month automatically by New York Class, the interest that the pool has earned, so that the money is going back to the specific where it needs to go and the money that's been credited. So currently, Jared actually is, I logged into that today, actually. Jared actually already is an authorized signer on that, as well as myself. Jess is
Just the two of you right now?
well, Jess is also on it. Finance clerk is on it as a reviewer, basically able to review and do stuff. But I have had to be the one to actually log in, manually do the transfers anytime we're doing transfers, moving money between different reserves, or even doing an ACH back to the town's checking accounts.
That is not a dual approval process.
Well, it is. It's so we actually, in addition to that, we have a policy, and you see quite a few times attached to the agenda, there's a form, right? And on that form, that requires 2 signatures. And there's a couple of different people that can sign that form. And I'm doing this off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure under that investment account, it's the town manager, the chair of the finance committee, the finance clerk, I think the town clerk, maybe the town supervisor. I'm doing that off the top of my head. I apologize. But there's any number, at least 2 people would have to approve of the transfer or the movement of those monies back and forth on that form. Then it actually requires that at the very next town board meeting, we update you on the investment that just took place. And that's why those are always attached in there. So traditionally what happens is myself and the finance clerk sign those, and then you see those into the agenda, whether it's a CD, whether it's New York Class, et cetera. We don't move a lot of money in and out of New York Class. It's actually, that investment over the years is traditionally, we've allowed that to grow because it's traditionally reserve funds. It's open space, which has restricted uses, or the transfer station reserve fund, or the highway maintenance reserve fund, or it's all those, or the tax reserve fund. It's all those types of things. But there is times where you do have to move those monies back and forth. I think that, number one is I was looking at the form here today with the finance clerk. I think that we need to designate the town supervisor as the administrator on that, administrator and authorizer. In addition, I think it's a good idea if you add an additional person. There's no limit on the number of people that you could have on that. I think you do want some controls in place, but it's better to have,
You're discussing our login access.
So the finance clerk is already on that list.
as a reviewer.
And
Has no authority to actually do the transactions.
okay, so that's where we need someone to.
Right.
We need another person to initiate, to initiate.
To the supervisory.
To authorize to do the transfers, right? And then additionally, and Jared and I were talking about this, but most of the town's systems and functions and everything, like for instance, this is a perfect example, has two-factor authentication. So for instance, when I log in, it sends a message to my cell phone. I have to put the code in, it records that it was me, that type of thing. So there's all those checks and processes and everything in place also.
So those, as we found even with Facebook and other things, they need to be the person, not the position.
Correct.
Because it goes right to your cell phone. Out with the new authorization, that really has to go to the person. Because we can't do anything without our phones now, because you can't log into anything.
You want to try to pass the motion?
All right, so any other discussion on this? John, do you have any other questions on that?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Are you
Yes.
we comfortable as is?
Yes.
Because looking at the policy, I mean, the order from our investment, it does have the you're right, supervisor, chair of finance, town clerk, town manager, and clerk finance. In there for those, those who, of the two that have to do the sign off.
My only comment on this is the same as the rest. That we review this once we.
And we'll have to give a good look through all of our policies and go through, and look at all of them, and then that'll be the chance to look if we keep rolling for that, if we adjust it in any way.
Well, what'll be
shape, or form.
nice is that these are all gonna be on this special meeting, so when we look back next year, we'll see all four of these on the
On
special
one
meeting.
special meeting, so we'll remember,
Yeah.
they won't be hidden. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that one carries.
294.
Who first?
Oh, it was me and
John.
Terry again, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, Terry and.
Yeah. All right,
So, timing wise, I'm assuming these resolutions aren't going to be put into effect tomorrow. The person they capable town manager for the next
yes,
however long, and so is everyone under the understanding that they'll be put into effect? Jared and Doug figuring out the best date and time.
Yeah.
Check that.
You don't think Doug wants like a Christmas present, on Christmas
Doug wants
Day, he has to stop acting?
I would ask the question, why not start it now? So that we have the benefit of Doug being here to help us transition and get comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think, I would like to work with, who did we just add? Jared and Crystalline to the requisition stuff, or actually Jared and Lindsay, I'm sorry, to the requisition stuff. I think that that's one area in particular that I want to work with you on. A lot of the rest of the stuff, I was hoping that you would do this tonight because I've started kind of all the checks I have to do to go through and start to add some of this stuff. So I think it's very much, it's a good idea to get it going. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about specifically with the investments, I started to sit down, I came back up. We have some CDs maturing on December the 6th. The finance clerk and I were looking at it today. It might be a good idea. Generally, what we've been doing is trying to ladder 30 days so that every 30 days a CD is coming up. given the holidays and given the transitions, it might be a good idea if we do a 60-day to put you into February and March, like a 60 and 90 to keep them laddered. But that way it buys a little bit of time to get you through your organizational meeting and figure out exactly what you're going to do. If that's okay with you, I'll just go ahead and make that happen before I remove myself from the accounts. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do you
Yes.
mind if I ask our attorney a question?
No.
on this? Do we need to have a specific date when we're taking Doug off of these accounts? Or is it just
Well,
end with his employment?
I think you don't have to, because I don't think it would be all that practical. You know, it's gonna be whenever the bank figures out what they're doing and Jared gets in to sign or Crystal gets in to sign, and so.
I think that's actually not my concern, and I can pull me off anytime. My bigger concern is getting Tyler Technologies updated for the
Yeah.
digital signature,
Yeah,
so that the checks get printed with the signature
yeah,
on the next.
definitely.
for the
Yeah.
December template.
But so however long
So-
it takes. but-
Yeah.
So John, I said whenever these two feel like they can put it into play,
Yeah.
John made the point, maybe as soon as possible. Is that, and then Doug sort of seconded.
well, no,
that.
we definitely want Doug to be still on there, so he's no longer employed with the town. I'm just wondering if we need to have a specific date when he's not
A
on.
date to be not on there, I would say is January 8th,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, that.
1/8, because we'll. I mean,
But did
we'll
we have
be,
to pass anything about that?
no,
Okay.
no.
Well, between now and January 8th, and I'm thinking organization meeting or even after that, you pass something that says, and by the way, Doug Finch is off.
Okay.
All the accounts in case we miss one, and that gives whoever authority to
Okay.
go to the state and say, hey, does the department.
The resolution we just passed, 292, removes both G and I at the end of the year.
Okay.
Any other questions on that? Well said, Madeline. Okay. All right, a couple other things, and this is as far as the transition process, so everybody's on board with what we are going, what the process going forward. We have the nuts and bolts. Okay. So I just wanted to talk about the hiring process for a second. And then we do have an executive session that we will be entering into after that. So the hiring process, there is a resolution number 290. That will be approved on in tonight's agenda, creates the search committee. The search committee is the town board, the hiring committee is the town board, and I will be chairing that committee. The resolution reads, I believe it's December 8th. Am I correct, Mr. Nadler? I think you put in December 8th, because I don't have it open in front of me, is when we need to have our first meeting of the hiring committee. So at that point, we will meet and discuss and come up with our own timeline and our own layout of events and our strategy and our plan going forward. I have spoken with residents. We will be looking for resident input in this process. We will be looking for comments and suggestions, and we'll also be working with Lindsay to help coordinate that. While Lindsay won't be on the search committee, I spoke with her today, and she will be helping lead the committee, kind of coordinate and organize and help us with some of that data gathering and that sorting information that we might need. So she,
There's some legal reason not to, or some, I was gonna ask, we have Lindsay and Jim.
Okay.
I mean, they deal with probably two people you see the most of is this character and Lindsay. you know,
Right.
So, with your daily duties, so.
I was gonna say, I would say, because only the town board gets to actually do the hiring, maybe make them ex officio without a voting. I mean, you could do it, you could add an extra step and have the search committee make a recommendation to the town board to make a hire, or you could just have yourselves be voting members of the, there's nothing against having an ex officio
Yeah.
member.
I would like to have Lindsay and Jim in on the interviews, that process
For
for
input.
sure.
Yeah, I agree with that, there, but I think, you know, it's up to the town board at the end of the day, but I believe Lindsay and myself should be part of your interviews.
Right.
Because her and I, not only do we work with Doug, but or the next town managers, but we also get a feel or help them understand better of everything that goes on around here day to day,
Mhm.
to see how we can get them to fit in, we'll say.
You okay with that?
I agree completely.
Okay. Because I know we had some discussion about, ultimately it was the board who would be hiring, but I do like that idea.
Yeah.
With extending that out, for input, definitely for that input.
officio?
And by virtue of their office,
Okay, so let's,
or you could just say non-voting members.
yeah, it depends on how fancy you wanna sound with it. So let's amend, let's plan on amending resolution 290 when we get to it. Okay,
And one of the things you had all sort of spoken to me about after I put this resolution together was, and I included public input, we'll seek input from the public, but you'd also said input from the staff.
Yes.
So I'd say add that to your.
Okay. All right. And we will have more, we don't have a lot on that tonight, as we're laying the groundwork, we can't act. We have to create the committee first before we can start acting as the committee. So then we will start discussing ways and reaching out on ways to gather public input on that. Okay. Any other questions with that at this point? Okay, we do have one more privilege of the floor before we go into executive session. Is there anyone who would like to be heard at this time? Any hands online?
What are you doing with number 4? Is that executive session?
Oh, I drew a line and I didn't see anything below that blue line. I didn't see anything below that
It
blue
is
line.
fairly-
That's why I had to show you mine, it doesn't have a line.
Now, and I saw it, I saw that blue line, I just stopped making notes, it's like when I always
Is
forgot
that part of
John.
the executive session?
Need no taxes.
That means no taxes.
No
So
taxes.
can
Nobody can
you,
receive.
can you give us an update on your timeline as you know it, or,
As of right now, it's December 31st.
okay,
It could be sooner, but right
Okay.
now it's December 31st.
all right. So we are going to, as we discuss and as we go through part of this, one of the time constraints that we're under is the fact that tax bills start coming in January. And we also have to have a receiver of taxes in place by January 1. Otherwise, we're in trouble. And before that, because the person needs to make their accounts at the bank to be able to deposit the tax money and to be able to invest the tax money, all of those things that need to happen. So that's all that I want to talk, that I think we'll talk about. We'll talk about it more after. There could be some action after the executive session. So right now, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session to discuss the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular individual or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular individual.
Second.
What do you want participating?
Town board, would you like to be part of it? Doug and Mr. Nadler.
How about you?
Yeah,
Part of the process.
yeah. Yeah, do you want to be, well,
Sure, I'll stick
it's not like you can go home.
Yeah.
No,
Okay, might try to escape.
No, it's only part of the discussion. Yeah, that'll make sure you're still here.
I
Aye.
don't think we did.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, so we did not adjourn our last meeting after executive session, so the first step we need to take is to adjourn that meeting. So can I get a motion to adjourn? Adeline and Terry, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, that meeting is adjourned. And now,
But wait, there's more.
oh wait, there's more, we're not done yet. Get my notes for this next one.
Can I see the pledge of allegiance again?
All right, 6 o'clock, and I'll call tonight's regular meeting of the Canandaigua Town Board to order. We will begin with a pledge led by Councilperson David Sauter.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Crystal, can you confirm that the meeting is properly advertised?
Yes, it was.
And now we can call the roll. We're doing it backwards this time.
It's okay. Councilmember John Casey. Councilmember Terrence Bentley.
Right.
Councilmember Adeline Rudolph. Here. Councilmember David Sauter.
Present.
Supervisor Jared Simpson.
Present. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize our birthdays for the next cycle. We have for the Robson, we have Jim Fletcher, Stacy Richmond, and Spencer Hayden. So happy birthday to those members of the Canada family. The email correspondence is attached in the agenda, and it should be coming around as well. We do have our first privilege of the floor at this time. So is there anyone who would like to be first? Anybody online? I don't see any hands online. Nobody in the audience. We do have a presentation tonight, the sidewalk envisionment map. So we have Katie and Thomas from Bergman Associates to do that. So come on up and the floor is yours.
You want to sit here?
Yeah, like they'll need the
Microphone's
mic because, and you can take
Is
it
it on?
off if you want to move around a little bit.
We can tip it up.
And you can
Probably
move it,
could.
so you're comfortable with that.
Okay,
Great.
Thank you.
okay. So hi, everyone. I'm Katie Darcy. I'm with Bergman Associates, and we've assisted the town with the development of the sidewalk envisionment map and report. We started this process just under a year ago, actually. And we wrapped up the draft report as it stands today, as well as the map. I'd say at the end of the summer this year. We've took a little hiatus and we've given everyone ample time to review, hopefully. So hopefully the town board and the planning board has had a chance to review. And we appreciate your feedback and your consideration during that timeframe. And so tonight, I'm just going to give a brief overview of what's contained in the report and the map. And then we can open up for questions. And yeah, so I will just get started here. And I think if we could go to the next PDF page here. Oh, maybe one back up. Yeah, so this is the report itself is short and sweet. The focus was on creating a map, which essentially can act as a tool for the town when they are looking to invest in sidewalks or obtaining grant funding for new sidewalk projects or working with GTC on where they'd like to see sidewalks moving forward. All the ways in which sidewalks get implemented throughout the town of Canandaigua. This map and report is supposed to act as a guide map, a framework for investment so that, you know, the thought is some careful consideration came into the analysis of how these sidewalks were identified, and you have a solid ground for moving forward in terms of thoughtful and useful investment. So the report itself has 4 main components. It's pretty simple in its makeup. We did an assessment of the existing conditions of the town, what maybe what characteristics of the town lends itself towards needing a sidewalk versus not. Then we conducted a needs assessment to identify where we thought those highest needs were throughout the town. And then we put together a set of draft recommendations. And these recommendations are prioritized from low, medium to high priority. And I'll mention this again, but just to be clear, this is a long range strategy, right? So this isn't, you know, in the next year, even in the next 5 to 10 years, all of these sidewalks should be implemented. This is a long range map. It's intended to be reviewed and updated as conditions change. But again, we prioritize those so that those low hanging fruit were identified clearly. And then lastly, we just listed out some follow-on activities that the town can consider moving forward with this report. All of that was influenced by public input throughout the process, and as well as our committee who met throughout the duration of the project, and they were really great in providing feedback and refining the results. So next slide, please. So just briefly, the types of input that we received and what we heard. Next slide. The first, kind of at the kickoff of the project, the first thing we did was basically put up a set of posters and brochures at the Fire and Ice Festival in the winter. Winter can be a little bit of a tricky time to do a pop-up event because, as we all know, people are less likely to be out and about. But this was a good way to start to spread the word in terms of what the project is for, and then also the development of the crowdsourcing application, which I'll talk a little bit about next on the next slide. We did another, oh, I'm sorry. Can you go back one more? Thank you. We did another pop-up later in the spring at this high school's musical, which was really great. And so that was, again, just to get the word out, particularly on utilizing the crowdsourcing application, which was the online method that people could provide input through. And then we did a third pop-up at the transfer station at the end of the spring. And it was a rainy and cold day, but we still tried to do our best to reach out to people, again, through advertising the crowdsourcing app, as well as having a map out that people could kind of point to where they would like to see sidewalks or where they would not like to see sidewalks. And then lastly, once the weather kind of turned a little bit, it actually was a beautiful day. We did another fourth pop-up at Outhouse Park, also soliciting a similar type of feedback, again, with kind of paper maps as well as the online application. So if you could move to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the crowdsourcing app. So this is the results, but before I get into those, basically what it was is it's an online map that people could utilize to put a pin down where they would like to see improvements in regards to sidewalks, whether that's crossings, sidewalks themselves, the environment surrounding the sidewalk, as well as where people actually like to go, to start to get a sense of where the origins and destinations were of residents and stakeholders. So all in all, we had about 150 pins on the map. And then another nice component of the map is that people could also vote on them. So if someone had already identified a location that someone agreed with, they can press the heart button and it basically shows up as a vote for that location. So that helped to prioritize where sidewalks may be appropriate for the town. So you'll see, this is just a breakdown quickly of the different types of pins we saw, mostly in sidewalks concerns themselves, 15 crossing concerns, 7 pedestrian environment concerns, and then 65 pedestrian destinations. And this kind of got baked into that needs assessment that I'll talk a little bit about in a slide or two. Next slide, please. And these are just 2 maps, and I apologize if you can't see them very clearly, but just an example of what those results looked like. So on the left is kind of all of the different dots throughout town. You can see kind of unsurprisingly, they're concentrated around the city of Canandaigua, as well as in some of the residential areas. And then we did, for each type of point we received, we did a density analysis of where those points were most closely concentrated. So on the right, you'll see an example of that density analysis for the sidewalks concerns that we saw. And again, you'll see that similar pattern on the map on the right as well. Next slide. So just briefly, I'm not going to go through the existing conditions, but just let you know what we looked at in terms of data. Next slide. So the first thing that we did was the town has done an excellent job in planning for its future in various manners and in various sub areas of the town. So rather than duplicating all of that good work, the first order of business was basically to review all of these plans and to glean kind of the key takeaways from these plans. So I won't list them all off, but this is kind of the the breadth of what we looked at. And this was really instrumental in focusing our efforts. Next slide. Then we took a look at our own data analysis. We looked at census data for some demographic information where residents aged under 18 were concentrated, where people over the age of 65 were concentrated. Those are people that typically use sidewalks more frequently because they either can't drive or are not willing to drive. Population density, we looked at basically where there was the densest concentrations of residents, where vehicle ownership characteristics varied. So if there was a hot spot of areas where people don't have access to a vehicle, we wanted to know that. And then lastly, median income and poverty as well. We looked at existing land use patterns. Existing land use has a big influence on how walkable an area is. If it's more mixed use, it's kind of lending itself more towards an area that might have people walking around. Whereas, you're more agrarian or residential, low density residential areas, maybe a little less demand. We also looked at traffic data. So we pulled crash data from the Genesee Transportation Council for the last 10 years and looked at where there were hotspots of both pedestrian and bicyclist specific crashes, but also crashes in general, because that typically gives us a sense of where there might be some unsafe areas on the road in general and may implicate pedestrians. And then we also looked at, kind of your basic traffic data. So what the posted speeds were, what the traffic volumes were, and where those existing facilities currently exist. So whether that's a trail or a sidewalk, we wanted to know where they currently existed and where connections needed to be made. And then lastly, we just took a look at where people might be interested in walking to. So that's typically when schools, parks and trails, commercial areas, and things like that. So that's kind of the laundry list of what we looked at on our own end, in addition to reviewing those existing plans and studies as part of the existing conditions analysis. Next slide. Okay, so for the needs assessment, we basically took this two components into consideration with the needs assessment. So if you can flip to the next slide, please. This is essentially the public input results weighed heavily as part of the needs assessment, because the residents obviously are very, they're much more so experts than we are in terms of where they'd like to be walking and where they think it's unsafe to currently walk. And then we also took all of those recommendations from the existing plans and studies and used those as part of the needs assessment as well. So we kind of married these two sets of data, one much more qualitative data, what we're hearing from people, and one a little bit more quantitative in terms of just pulling out those direct recommendations from other plans and studies and putting them on a map. So that's, I think, one of the real values of this is just, with all of the work that the town has been doing, sidewalks have been brought up in a lot of those plans. So rather than having them in these disparate locations across, I think it was something like 15 plans, it's all in one location. It's very easy to reference. Next slide. Okay, so after the needs assessment, we put together a set of draft recommendations, which again, we took our first stab and then we brought it to the committee, and the committee helped us refine this. So on the next slide, you'll see, well, I guess I'll jump ahead a little bit. So once we had our segments identified on a map as just the blanket, here's where we think sidewalks may be appropriate. Then we went through a ranking process to determine, okay, what are those highest priorities? What's a little less important? Maybe what's a long-term goal? So on the next slide, you'll see those ranking criteria that we used, basically proximity, connectivity, safety, equity, and public input. And for each of these, excuse me, there were multiple categories that were pulled that basically created a ranking matrix. So every segment got a point for each of the criteria that it checked off. And then that's kind of how we came up with that ultimate scoring. And that will be included as part of the appendix if you want to get into the nitty gritty of the data, but we won't get into all the specifics of each of the ranking criteria we use. But for instance, with connectivity, it was connects to an existing sidewalk or connects to a multi-use trail. Proximity was within a half mile of a school, within a half mile of a park, those types of things. Safety was where are the highest crash clusters, and equity was, where are those highest concentrations of residents or households without access to a vehicle. And then lastly, that public input piece also got baked in again, because obviously that was a very influential part of this process as well. So those were kind of the ranking criteria we used to get those prioritization scores. And if you can scroll to the next slide. And that's just a screenshot of kind of our Excel sheet ranking criteria process. And again, that'll be included as a part of the appendix to the report. And this can also be modified as time goes on and things may change. Excuse me, next slide. So again, I apologize because it's not very clear, but hopefully everyone's had a chance to look at the report. Basically, this is in a nutshell, everything that's got a yellow, an orange, or a red line has been identified as a potential candidate for a sidewalk in the town over the next, say, 20 years. So you'll see there are the least amount of high priority. I think it's something like 8 miles of high priority sidewalks. And then the next, there's about, I think off the top of my head, about 13 miles of mid priority. And then the remainder of those are identified as low priority. So all in all, it's 41 miles. So it's a significant amount. But again, it's a long-term strategy. And the idea was to really hone in on those high priority segments for the short to mid-term, I'll say. So unsurprisingly, most of these high priority connections are surrounding the city where there is that denser concentration. People want to walk in, go to the stores, go to restaurants, that type of thing. Connections to the school came up time and time again. That was a very clear recommendation. So that got incorporated here. And then Middle Cheshire Road was also identified as one of those high priority locations. And next slide. I think that's it. So hopefully that gives you a sense of kind of the work that's been conducted over the last year or so. And thanks for listening, and let me know if there are any questions.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
I enjoyed serving on the committee with you all. You did a great job.
Yes, thank you. You were very instrumental in moving this forward.
But I had a couple of questions. The first was, will we have continued access to the crowdsourcing map and app? Okay.
So it's still live right now. I mean, we're not promoting it, but you can certainly, I mean, it could be used for a multitude of different
okay. So that doesn't matter.
Purposes.
Okay. And the second one was actually, you can see on that map there. I mean, I brought up in our plan in our last meeting. I still don't fully understand why the map shows on 5 and 20 that it's high priority from Parish Street Extension to West Avenue. If you know what I'm talking about, on
so
arterial, as we used to call it, so the bypass.
So the data analysis, and I think we might have discussed this a little bit, and ultimately I think it's up to the town board to make those decisions. But given that it was just such a high volume corridor, lots of crashes, and it's in proximity to a lot of, while the roadway itself doesn't lend itself to, you don't initially think, this is a pedestrian corridor. Some of those data components kind of triggered those extra points. So yeah, I think
it might from Parish Street Extension to Middle Cheshire Road, but I don't know if beyond Parish Street Extension if it does.
Yeah,
not a lot of foot traffic from that on the bypass from Parish Street Extension to West.
Sure, yeah.
Unless they're walking to town hall.
Could be. But yeah, I think that was basically the character of the roadway itself. It basically chalked all of the safety concerns and all of those traffic considerations.
Westlake Road didn't make it onto your chart there?
Sorry?
County Road 16.
Oh, Westlake Road.
County Road 16.
Yeah, so the northern portion was, and then the remaining portion, it wasn't something that we heard a lot from the public from in terms of the entire portion. I think we saw more on that in that northern area. So My guess is that that would be the priority in the meantime, but that's not to say that we couldn't add to this map, and that's kind of part of having this discussion as well. We could
And
certainly.
that's through Butler, right? The part in the yellow there?
Sorry, Weifels, yeah.
Weifels, okay. So County Road 16 is in the yellow from the city to Weifels on the map, so.
Yeah, and again, this is, it's not meant to be static. It's meant to be kind of an evolving thing as needs change. And there could be some massive residential development somewhere in the town down the road that really changes things, or a new school, or, the YMCA, while that was baked into this process, had that come a year or two later, that might have changed things as well. So. Any other questions?
Questions from the board?
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thomas Road, you're showing Thomas Road as a sidewalk on there. There's actually an airport runway that runs through it. I think that just needs to be corrected before the town board actually adopts it.
Okay.
Because that's not realistic. And I was surprised that your county road 30, which is, I'll just highlight it since I have announced right here, this is shown as a medium priority all the way back to Thomas Road. And once you get past Outhouse Road, that really tends to be agriculture. So I'm surprised it goes out that far.
So I think one of the triggers to that, and again, the data analysis is a good starting point, but I think the local knowledge and it can be massaged beyond just the numbers. I think the Peanut Line Trail probably helped.
Surprised it gets a higher priority than Westlake Road. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I think that was probably because of the Peanut Trail.
Yes, yeah.
And Miller Park.
Yep. And so, yeah, so it's hitting,
It's hitting Miller Park.
it's hitting the parks, it's hitting Outhouse Park.
Oh, yeah, and Outhouse.
And
And I think the Y is in there too.
the Y. And so I think in that case, that's where that, and I'm assuming there also may be some crash clusters along
So
that.
that's probably why it's extending all the way there because of the Miller Park and the Peanut Line.
Yep,
But
yep.
I think, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's not, it's something we're gonna look at this town board before we're paying for any sort of a side.
Sure. Right.
So, but-
And again, yeah, it's meant to be. And, these can be modified. I think we've modified a few of them based on just discussions outside of the ranking matrix. We're not taking it as gospel. The numbers are a helpful metric, but they're not everything. So if we think they need to be modified a little bit, that's totally appropriate. And that's, an edit we can incorporate before this is finalized.
So we didn't send anything out. Did we send, well, let me say it differently. Did we send anything out by social media asking for a response from?
We did. Yep.
And did we send anything out, hard copy to our residents looking for feedback and comments?
So I am not entirely sure if we send anything out by hard.
Like a mailing?
Yeah, I don't think we did a hard copy. We did email blasts. Basically every time we had a pop-up, I know Sarah was helpful in getting email blasts distributed.
So out of 78 respondents, some of those could have been multiples of the same person.
78, so there were 78 votes on those 150, yeah.
Well, the votes play a very significant role in your mapping and your evaluation. So my question is, of those 78 votes, people could have voted for more than one thing?
Sure, yep.
So that being said, I question how representative this is, because you could have had one person voting for multiple things. And if that is the case, that certainly reduces the number of potential people that actually had input into this.
Sure. So I think I hear you on that. And I think just to be clear, I think the where the pins and the votes didn't take precedence. They helped to weight things, but we
When you have
certainly.
such little participation.
So I think the other component of this is we are heavily relying, and again, this is kind of supposed to be that consolidation of all of those public engagement processes of the many plans that the town has undertaken. So I think that's an important part to consider as well, is
Yep.
their recommendations that have been vetted by the public through many public engagement and community planning processes too. So that's something I think is worth considering as well.
But again, we don't know how much participation we had in those comprehensive plans and those other things that you relied on to get to your conclusion.
I think if we tallied it up and, we could probably glean the numbers to the best of our ability out of those plans, I think it would be a pretty
Say
significant
that
amount.
again?
I'm not sure if we could glean, like, I'm not sure every plan had the amount of participation they had for every engagement, but if we could tally it, I would imagine it would be a pretty significant amount is my thought.
Maybe.
And it's challenging. I mean, it's challenging and to get input, I think we all know that it's challenging, particularly.
So how does this response compare to other things that you've done regarding that? Like, is this response about what the average?
I would say it's
response
pretty
is?
standard
Right,
response.
that's,
Yeah.
we kind of talked about that at the meeting.
Yeah.
It was pretty standard.
And I think, Tom and I were pretty comfortable with the level of response we got on the crowdsourcing application. It's pretty standard. If we had felt like we hadn't got enough, I think we would have gone out a few more times and tried to solicit, but that is also one of the ideas of using the online application is we tend these days to just get better results from online input than in-person traditional events because it's a challenge.
You didn't break down your 78 votes based on that. Do you have any summary that kind of tells us how many were actually in person responses versus how many were online
I
responses?
don't think it's in the report currently, but we could export.
They're pretty much all online. right?
Yeah, I think
That's
they were
crowdsourced, they're
more or less all online. There were a handful of in-person ones at the transfer station as well as.
So you didn't have a lot of participation at the pop-ups, huh?
We had a lot of discussions, but I think people then took the app. The idea was,
Make more work.
we were soliciting the app. It was easy.
Mhm.
We're also trying to catch people where they were, right? So rather than asking someone to make time out of their day to come down
Mhm.
when they've, they might have kids to watch or, that 10,000 things that we all have to do at the end of the day. It was the idea of the transfer station, right? Is maybe not the most exciting place to be, but also everyone has to drop their trash off, right? So
Well, the flyers were also hanging in the school for 6 months, so.
So relative to the online
Mhm.
information, did you solicit it? Or was it based on your awareness that you were creating by the billboard or by the handouts or by your pop-ups?
So we
In other words, did I don't know, how many people do we have on our contact list in the community? 2,000. Oh, pardon, 200? 2,000. So did an invitation go out to the 2,000 people that we have?
It was in the newsletter. It went out, that QR code went out to a lot of people.
yeah, we also had the kind of the sandwich sign with the
Right.
posters up in the front of town hall for a couple
If
weeks.
people wanted to scan that code, there
Yeah.
were numerous
So we had
opportunities.
2,000 invitations of people roughly. If we went out to everybody, we had roughly 40 or 50 responses to those things. Or thereabouts.
Yeah, so, I think the committee did a great job in assisting us in distributing. Sarah was really helpful in getting the word out as well. And, at the end of the day, people respond to what they're going to respond to. And, we always make our best effort to get people involved. And
Well,
again, and, not to beat a dead horse, but it is an iterative process. So, come 5 years from now, if this comes in and there's a lot of community interest and that map gets totally changed, that's kind of the nature of it. So.
Well, and I think, Doug, can you go back to that slide that showed the 5 different areas too? I mean, it wasn't just that one, that one. It wasn't, the maps were not just made up from whatever people put in those.
No,
boxes. It was from all of these areas that you did a lot of work behind the scenes, bringing a lot of information together to create.
Yeah, I think the way that, at least I like to approach it, is doing that kind of desktop quantitative analysis alongside that more qualitative public input. Where those overlap, those are really strong recommendations. It's backed by data and the community agrees with it. That's a win-win situation. You know, where they're, you know, where the data may show that, you know, sidewalks are really, but the community's not interested in it, maybe it's not as pressing of a project for the town. But I think utilizing both of those pieces of information is really important for something like this.
Another question that just popped in my head was, you mentioned accidents
Mhm.
and some part of your analysis. Was that vehicle to vehicle? Was it vehicle to person? Was it vehicle to animal? What was it?
So we broke it down. So we looked specifically at those pedestrian related incidents, bicyclist related incidents. And then we would look at the whole picture for over the 10 years, which kind of gives us a sense of, okay, this is not a dangerous, but this is where there is a higher likelihood of crashes in this area. If there were to be a pedestrian here, this may be an unsafe environment or feel unsafe or uncomfortable for someone. So we give special attention to those ones where that a pedestrian or a bicyclist was involved. But generally speaking, that's a fraction of the overall vehicular crash data.
Down or identified in your report somewhere?
Yep. And we can include the full crash data as well. That comes from the Genesee Transportation Council. So. I'll take a question over there. Or can I take a question?
Any other board members?
Thank you.
Donna and then Dennis.
In your discussions, did you have discussions about sidewalks in Cheshire?
In Cheshire, yes. Yep. So that came up.
And?
So it's included in, you'll see in this little. It's included in our map as both medium and low priority sidewalks. So yeah, that was kind of the end result. I know there's been some back and forth on sidewalks in Cheshire. So it's incorporated. It was identified as a recommendation and more than one plan, I believe. So that's how that kind of got pulled in, as well as, you know, some of the crowdsourcing points as well.
So would you consider it a priority?
So right now, as the map stands, there's the mid priority and then the low priority in yellow.
So Cheshire is low priority?
No, sorry. It's in the, I'm sorry.
I can't see any yellow or anything from here.
So kind of the main corridor is the middle priority. And then some of the more, there's two out roads that are identified as a low priority. So did they rank as high as some of those areas to the north? No, but they were still in that middle priority section.
Are there standards for the sidewalks, as far as width and material used, that type?
That's a good question. So at this point, we are not identifying for each segment what, whether it's going to be sidewalks on both sides and what the surfacing would be or what the width would be. That would really be a case by case scenario, and it would happen during the design process. But yeah, that's obviously an important consideration. But again, at this kind of high level planning situation, that would have to be determined in more of the design process.
We do though still have standards in both the Trails Master Plan and in the site design criteria as town of Canada standards as well.
Tom?
I think Doug could address your question, John, about walkability on the West Lake Road. There was I believe, a study some years back in the
County did.
was the rights of way and so on. And it must have been one of the things that was considered in this report. So they've looked at it, but it didn't go anywhere. I think because of the right of way of the road and money. Yeah, nobody wanted to give up any of their frontage on the road to accommodate walkers, which are numerous.
I remember I participated or attended a presentation down at Onanda Park that kind of summarized the study of County Road 16. But I'm surprised because I see many people walking that road. Amen. Yeah. I'm surprised it didn't make it as a priority. at least from the public.
It was in there though, still.
Yeah, but it shows it's low priority, so, you know. It just surprises me.
Mhm.
It's high value, for sure.
And a lot of people enjoy walking along that road. Experiences every day.
Any other questions on the plan
People
itself?
realize that they can't change anything unless they, so they say it is what it is, yeah. You know.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it might seem a little bit backwards, but we do have a continued public hearing and then back to the public hearing on the sidewalk plan. But our first continued public hearing is on a petition to amend to the zoning district of 3904, 3907, and 3935 County Road 16 in the town of Canandaigua from RLD to incentive zoning. And this is a continuation of the public hearing. So what I wanted to do with this is, since we have Greg and Peter here, for us to have a discussion, what they have presented and shared with us to this point, and to have a dialogue with them as part of this, to have this chance to discuss, because we haven't had a lot of chances in open session to discuss this as a board. So I will open to the table to anyone who has any questions.
May I ask you
And anybody has any comments?
procedural that question?
Yes.
Are these the only addresses? We have that down here on this properly? The 3904, 3907, and 3935. Those are the only three? Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Oh, you gotta have a better question than that.
Just wanted to be sure that we were talking about the right.
I was expecting a hard question
I
for
didn't
him.
want it to come back later on and see somebody say, you didn't include that property.
Okay.
You wanna go first, John?
No, we're gonna open it up to the
Yeah.
public some more, so.
Well, we'll open it up to some board discussion because we haven't had that, and then we'll open up if the public has any questions or comments.
And then will we coming?
And then we'll come back to the board again. So it'll kind of go us and then public and then us.
Yeah.
So why don't we start? Terry, you got some notes written down there. Do you want to jump into anything?
Sure. In phase one, part of the overall plan here, public boat slips, it talks about the dedicated transient public use. And one boat slip is dedicated to the Cheshire Volunteer Fire Department. And I guess, and I've said this, I know in meetings where we've discussed this in the past and individually when we had meetings, that the incentive zoning process, in my mind, and what one time we've used it, the way that worked is that the petitioner asked for certain incentives and the town, if there's interest, says, okay, well, here's some amenities we'd like. What I see in this whole process is you, the petitioner, saying, this is what we want, here's what we're willing to give up. In my opinion, that's the wrong way. I don't agree with that at all. It should be up to the town board, the town of Canandaigua to say, in exchange for modifying the zoning in that area, you know, we're willing to listen if you're willing to do this, and this for the town. But when you talk about transient public use, that's not transient town of Canandaigua public. That's anybody got a boat on that lake can pull in there and use it. So how that is specifically an amenity to the town of Canandaigua is a question in my mind. In phase one, I mean, you're going to be expanding the number of docks that you have out there. You're going to be pulling in some of the mooring spots you have out there. Hope to be able to get a tier 2 designation so you can put in 140, 145 slips altogether on the 3 different pieces of property. One of the questions I have is, you know, where are people going to park that are going to be using those? Because you don't talk about bringing in this 120, 125 parking area until phase 3. So, you know, this is phased and I mean, there are 3 phases you identify, but you don't really identify a timeline for those, which I don't know that you can right now anyway, but so you're gonna have all these places for people to park boats. Use boats. But where are people that are going to drive there to use their boats going to park? I would keep in mind also that the town does have the ability. I look over here at our town attorney and our town manager, that the town could pass a local law and say, no parking on the sides of the road. Town hasn't done that in the past, but the question has come up in the past, and I believe that to be the case. So, I mean, that's something to keep in mind, you know, as we go through this process. Then you have a evaluation on here of $8,000 a slip. I guess that's a calculation you come up with the cost of the slips themselves and whatever goes with them. Curious thing that it's $8,000 a slip. You also value the property at $8,000 a foot. Looks like you latched on to 8,000 pretty hard there, you know, to me, so. But that, in phase 2, you talk about a 60 by 30 piece of property that's for public use. I presume that that's adjacent to the 8 slips that are gonna be out in the water there. Is that true? Is that these are 2 different locations or I mean, well, I just, it doesn't say it here, so I just presume. They would be tied together. Yeah, it would make sense. Well, the point I was gonna make was that those people are using those 8 slips. And they could be people from town of Gorham coming over to our side of the lake, to the good side. And they could tag all that space. And again, how is that an amenity for the town of Canandaigua? Yeah, I question that. One of the other things you're doing is counting as an amenity the public restroom. Question I have is if you go ahead and you get through phase 2, somebody's driving down County Road 16, nature calls, there's a public restroom. They pull in, can they use that public restroom? Anybody driving by? Or does it have to be somebody that is a member of your organization, I mean, running a slip? Or perhaps a town of Canandaigua resident? Can it be anybody? And if the answer is yes, public. So I can't see how you would count that as an amenity for the town of Canandaigua. I mean, it's not a huge number, the 75 grand you have in here, but again, to me, that's not an amenity, anybody can use it, so the town's not gaining something by that for the town, it's for the public. Just for Canandaigua residents. Huh? You wanna make the restroom just for Canandaigua residents? Well, you give us each a card, you know, put it in the slot. No, you can't do that. No, I'm just pointing out that I don't think you can count it as an amenity. I can't count it as an amenity, I'll put it that way. You can, because you're selling the project. But part of phase 2 is also the restaurant you're going to be constructing. And since the larger parking lot doesn't come in until you get to the phase 3, people that are using the restaurant may choose to drive there rather than, you know, in a car, rather than coming by boat. So where's the parking going to be?
Or they could choose to walk there on the beautiful sidewalks that go down each side of
There you go, John.
16.
Maybe that's an amenity we should ask for.
They're not there.
What else should I have? A couple of other things.
Real quick, just, I think I get 2 of your questions. At the beginning of the project, there will not be boats parked on the hill, so where there are boats today, cars will be parked on that.
Way up on top of the hill.
Well, there's 3 levels.
Yeah.
So that public or that parking availability will be available as soon as the slips go in. So to answer your first question, when you go into the mic.
That'd be better, thank you.
To answer your question, there would be no boats on the hill, so parking would commence immediately at the start, which when the docks went in, that would be kind of the start. So those boats that are on the hill go in the water and cars can park on the hill. And there would be capacity until the restaurant comes. And then all that parking is still there.
Peter, how many spots would you guess are on the hill? Parking spots? 25? No, I mean.
25, so the-
125.
125.
Yes.
That's parking lot is going to construct. Was that the number of spots you have now? If you move the boat out?
It's free for all right now if you move
I
the
mean,
boats.
it's not, you're gonna park, people are gonna park way up on top there, walk down to the restaurant and then walk back up there and get their car.
Hopefully.
Well, hope they eat well.
Um,
Up that hill.
We probably will have a golf cart type shuttle, if you will. You get the front spot, though. You're gonna have a spot, Terry's spot right at the front.
No, right. Right. Trying to read what I read.
He's lost it.
Counter to your argument about the bathrooms, your position about the bathrooms and the docks not being Canandaigua residents. All these things really are available to everyone. The road is open to somebody from another state, and the restaurant will be, and the public access at Butler Beach is available to anybody.
That's my point, but you were asking us to change the zoning there. And in exchange for doing that, there are certain amenities that downtown might expect. If everybody gets that amenity, how does that benefit the town? How does that square us with the public that wants to see something that benefits our entire town? If everybody can use it, that's not a benefit to just us. That's my opinion. I'm not speaking for the board. That's just my opinion. I'll let you go with that for now.
Thank you.
I'm sure there are others that have comments.
I have a couple comments as well, and I'm glad you came back with the amenities and the incentives after the last meeting, so.
I'm sorry, Adeline. As I read the document, it says that I'm supposed to propose amenities. Specifically says I'm supposed to propose, and then you obviously can counter, but I feel like that I'm following what the document requests the
Well, I
applicant to
feel
do.
that we're being forced with these gigantic number of valuations you put on this. So here, you guys take this, you know, like this 60 by 30 foot piece of property. It's probably gonna be at the north end of the property. It's not gonna be right in the middle in front of the restaurant. Or the zone. So that's kind of like, I mean, an afterthought. Well, you people go over there, you know,
It's the nicest.
Yeah, put one into the.
Have you been there? It's the nicest slot. It's the nicest piece that we have. Is a
Right? Not qualified to put a number on quality aspect. I mean, that's not.
if you use market value, I can tell you that's by far the most expensive slips that we have to rent.
You
So-
talking about market value, which leads into assessed value. I don't, all right, do we have, is there a new number for property down there? Because you look at the property valuation for, you know, the centerpiece where your servicing boats and everything there. It's valued, I don't know, what was it?
One
I know you
point,
looked it up.
it's 1.608.
Total, what's the land value?
The land value is 208,600.
That's not $8,000 a foot.
Yeah.
Is that number, it's an old number, because it's 2019.
No, this is the 2023.
Is it 2023 number is one?
Land value is 200.
The land value is 208,600. And
2.08.
And the total property is 1.68, $1,608,600 is their total assessed value.
Kind of tough to get the $8,000 a foot.
The land value actually went down $300,000 with their most recent assessment.
That's interesting.
It is.
Why do you get any idea? I mean, we don't, the town board does not, cannot legally insert themselves into the assessment process. So our assessor is comfortable with that number apparently.
And based on this past year's reval, you know, there was a lot of factors that went into the land versus the total assessed value. And I don't know in this particular case, I don't know.
It was probably assessed as a commercial operation as instead of straight land, but that's a question the assessor.
And they're not bound by specific requirements for land versus total, so they may have allocated.
And I don't-
differently.
yeah, and I don't know
But I
if
don't
we
know. It also may have been the result of negotiation, request for a reduction on the reval. I just.
We can't really answer that. I mean, we can't answer it now, but it affects that number.
Oh, sure, certainly affects the evaluation.
Anyway, that's something to be.
So the 8,000 comes from the property to the north, which is known as 2904. That's it. That was purchased by the investors. I went to the hearing for the tax. All went through this past May, right? It was originally this, you can check this, at $950,000 for 82 feet of frontage. Knocked down the house, and the gorgeous set of lots. They moved it to 585. So that 82 feet is at 585. Still being, it's a property, it's not a marina, right? So that's where the math starts to come from.
Okay, thank you. That's just odd to me that you have a gross value of this. Numbers like that, I know. Dividing that number of feet into that lower number is not real, I know that. Realize that, you know, gotta be more higher, gotta be in this neighborhood, so. That's all I have.
Yes, I'll go back to my little speech. I also agree with the planning board and ECB that there's a large inequity between the amenities that you're offering and the incentives that you're requesting. And I also, you know, in going through this, you know, just like Terry, I have some questions about what actually is an amenity. I mean, one of the first ones was the $8,000 evaluation for the foot frontage, which speaking with our assessors, I think they generally use a number closer to 5,000 square feet or $5,000 per linear foot of lake frontage. Also, we're talking about providing that as an easement, not ownership. I think easement is worth less than ownership of the land.
I'm okay with an easement though, just.
And that
From a legal
easement,
standpoint.
again, is not really spelled out again. Which I don't know if there have been discussions about spelling out that easement, but that's, you know, very important to me that there's a permanent easement as opposed to a short-term easement. As far as the transient slips go, from my perspective, I don't know if I would consider those an amenity because, you know, I think of like Fundera, the slips at Fundera, were those an amenity for the community? No, they were an opportunity for people to bring their boat there and provide business to the business. So the transit slips for me are something that I think it's great that you have them, but I think they're gonna be primarily used by people that are coming to go to your restaurant, and spend money in your business and or use the bathrooms. The one slip for the fireboat absolutely would be a wonderful amenity for the community. The $75,000 for the bathroom, I kind of disagree with Terry a little bit here. I would consider that an amenity. I think it's a needed thing as well in our town. But that all would, bring down the amenity number there kind of even further. And, with your current assessed value at 1.68 and change $1 million, you're talking about valuing that 60 feet as, 33% of your entire assessment. It just doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't really add up. And 500,000, if you 500,000 per linear foot, that would add up to more around a $300,000 value for that, like, in ownership. Yes.
So, don't forget that this is not put together yet.
Yeah.
Right? So, the 585 number for 3904 is legitimate number. So, we do frontage. And then we really talk about doing the permanent user on the town. So it's very difficult thing to use. Feel good about it on both sides. So we have recommended, unfortunately, got this to Doug past Friday afternoon, but we are willing, I'm going to read it to you real quick. Because we're struggling with that issue.
All right, can you step up to the mic? Step up to the mic, please.
So I'm going to read you just a simple paragraph. GBM would be willing to accept the services from the town of Canandaigua assessor appraiser to validate the values established for both the amenities and the incentives we have proposed. GBM would look forward to working in concert with the town board and the town assessor. We just think that until we get to a point where there's a common language, as I talked about in the September meeting, a common understanding amongst all parties, it's better to have more people in this circle than it is to have fewer people in this circle, right? So we're more than willing to do that. And I just want to make sure you understand that, okay?
Great. A couple more notes. You had indicated earlier on that we would be removing the parking from County Road 16. In your letter here, you're saying you'd be removing the parking on the lakeside shoulder of Westlake Road. What about the west side of the street? Are you still intending to have parking along that part of the street? Because I think that there's a problem on both sides, and that was, something we were all considering as a good amenity, was to have that parking removed from both sides of County Road 16. The other thing was, when we get down to the, I guess it's a boat hoist or whatever, the gazebo / boat hoist, whatever you want to call that building. There's a lot of things, including that and the boat dock and what have you, that are in here as amenities, which the town would be, you're indicating would be built at the town's expense. I think that might be something that we want to discuss as something that is not at the town's expense. And then, let's see, what else did I have? You also mentioned under approved uses, you were applying for an event center, which I think we all discussed last time. We all have a lot of concerns about an event center in the middle of the residential lake district. It's, short-term rentals are kind of one thing. A little community hall is kind of another thing, but an event center to me reads as weddings, parties, weekend things that are gonna make noise until, 11 o'clock at night, and that really could change the character of the neighborhood. So, and then finally, like everybody else, I think the biggest pill to swallow in the whole process is the tier 2 docking and mooring facilities and the potential for setting a precedent there. But my biggest concern is really just, what we're indicating here is potential amenities versus what you're asking for. Yeah, even if we go with your numbers, which are not what I would consider the right numbers right now, there's a $5 million difference there right now. And that's, you know, that's something that I think we need to figure out a way to get a little bit more for this for our residents as opposed to what's currently in here, so.
What was the ratio on the first project that you approved for incentive zoning?
Terry, I don't know if you were there for that. I mean, we can definitely figure, is that something we'd be able to figure out from when they,
It would have to be.
did they give specific numbers?
Each one is,
Yeah.
each one is different, with each board, that's the thing, I mean, it's an individual board discussion.
And but I think it's not just me. I mean, it's something that both the planning board and the ECB indicated as well, that there seemed to be a little bit of an imbalance there, so.
Is it the planning board or the ECB? Is it their job to decide what's equitable financially?
Well, we're not gonna get into.
We're not getting into that. Yeah, but we take advisory input from everyone. I
Well,
will
so
say
so
that
it's
you'll
our
have to-
job.
You'll have to go to the planning board
It's,
and have them on board.
it's our job
Yeah.
but we take into consideration what they're telling us. And what they're telling us is that there's an inequity there. And that's, you know, John talks earlier about trying to get public input. Those people are not just public input, they're extremely important members of, you know, the town that have chosen to do this for a small stipend, and, you know, their input is very important to the town board, so.
Have you seen those reports?
I was just gonna say, those came out today. the planning
Yeah.
board and the ECB.
You might not have seen them, you saw them, okay.
So I think what I hear when I talk to people over and over, the overwhelming thing that people want to know is what are the number of docks? And I think that's an important issue. I think when I sit here and listen, you're offering this incentive, it's not acceptable to us. So, I mean, we keep kind of batting the ball back and forth on incentives. I think the town board has to come up with a list of things that are incentives that we would like to see on that property. I mean, I think some of the things you're offering are wonderful. I mean, I don't care if someone has to go to the bathroom, they live in Virginia and they stop, it's okay with me. My tax money can go to that. I think those kind of amenities, when you talk to residents, are important to our community and enhance our community. So I think some of the things you're offering are great from my standpoint. I don't know where that falls, where who's gonna pay for what, and do town residents utilize it more than people from West Virginia? I don't know that that matters to me. I think what you're offering is what matters to me. But the docks are, I mean, from talking to people, that's the number people really need to know, what you're looking at in terms of numbers.
It's 150, right? I mean, that's what the sketch plan is, 150.
So that's it, that's your number.
Is that your bottom line?
If it's 140, you're no go.
Correct.
And you currently, I know I've asked this before, but you currently have how many docks and how many moorings? So how many, in other words, how many additional boats are we talking about?
Real quick, I'll answer that question. As I understand it, the number, the 140, 150, that's not a negotiation. That's what UDML
Right.
allows for.
We can go under it, but I think people, but people in the town care about that number. That's my point. They care about that number that's there. What if there's 90 boats there and you're gonna put 150 boats there, people care about that number, so.
So I had a slide at the previous meeting. It's hard because there's moorings go down, dry store go down, docks go up. The easiest way to say it is if you consider all the boats today versus all the boats tomorrow, there would be 42 more boats at the marina.
So that's an important number from the people that I've talked to.
And it's our contention that those 42 people are not going to be 42 new boaters on the lake. It's not going to stimulate demand for
I
boating.
understand.
So,
Is
but
that the
that-
slide you're talking about behind you now?
no, it's a it's a table
I missed
that
that. meeting. I
shows.
apologize, right?
You were off in Italy, right?
Yeah.
It showed all the kind of the puts and takes for the various types of
Do you know what that breakdown is between moorings and docks right now, or that's what you did? So. So currently you've got 35 moorings, 70 dry store boats, and no docks? I thought you had some docks.
There should be 30,
Oh, so,
33 slips.
and 33 slips, okay. Thank you.
33 plus 1 plus 3.
Yep.
7 to 2.
Thank you. So that there's 33 on the center parcel and 1 on the south parcel and 3 on the
Actually,
north
one
parcel.
fifty to 192 at the end of the day.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
You all done? Anything else, Dave?
No,
We'll
I'm good,
jump to
thanks.
Terry and then we'll back, you have more?
No, I'm done.
We'll jump to Terry and then we'll back to you and then I've got a.
I have some comments.
Have you, I can't remember. if
You
you
go
got
to
it.
Terry and then.
Oh, you already had a comment. You had the address comment. No, go ahead. You're
Oh,
on.
wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, poor John.
Sorry, John. I couldn't
I'm gonna
not.
bite my tongue with that one.
I couldn't not. You're up.
Past be the past, and future be the future. Generally speaking, I like your plan. I think that it does a lot to clean up Westlake Road. I think it does a lot to clean up the hill, which I think is unsightly and ungodly right now. And I think the safety concerns on Westlake Road are paramount. I think it's only a matter of time before somebody gets hurt there. And I think it's gonna do a lot for our community. But I do have concerns. I do have many concerns, most of which you already know about, but I'm gonna reiterate them for the benefit of the audience as well as yourselves. What do we want? I don't know what we really want. I mean, we've referenced that a little bit. It's gotta be from what we want as a board, but as you pointed out, you've got to make that offer, and I think we need to respond to it in some way and tell you whether that offer is adequate or not. The comparison was made about the transient slips here versus the transient slips at Fendera, and there is a little difference here. And I think that difference is the fact that there's a destination besides just the bar. There's a public space where people can go and hang out. They can go and pick people from the land, coming off the land to go on their boat for the afternoon or the day. You know, over at Sendera, you really couldn't have somebody from the land side come and park there and walk down to your boat and get on your boat and leave your car there for the day. So I think that there is some benefit there. I also think, you correct me if I'm wrong when I say this, but the boat hoist is no longer going to be a boat hoist. That's going to be more of a platform for sitting and recreation as opposed to mooring a boat there, hoisting a boat there. So I just want to make sure that that was clear for everybody.
That's right.
We did talk at one point about 82 feet or 60 feet. And I see in this latest document that I have, just 60 feet. Is that the offer that's on the table now, or?
Yes.
Okay. I feel pretty strongly about the fact that, and I heard Adeline mention it earlier, I don't want to see any person in Westlake Road. That's important to me. Whether you can make that happen completely or not, I don't know, but that is very important to me, and I think it's very important to the public. If we're gonna go and accept something like this and rezone it, you know, that's a benefit I see for our community. That's a huge benefit. To make that corridor safer and make it more user-friendly, I think is irreplaceable. The other thing-
So you're suggesting there's no parking just in front of the marina, correct?
No, I'm saying,
The entirety of Westlake Road?
no, I'm saying just now, we're talking about your property in front of
Okay.
those 3 lots, yes. I'd like to see no parking there. But you come back and tell us what you can do to try to accommodate that. That is, as far as I'm concerned, it's one of my highest priorities, making sure that that stretch of road is safe. And right now it's not safe, and we all know that. So I'm expressing my concern. You come back and tell me what the solution is, okay?
There are some potentially unintended consequences if you have it just in front of my property. People are just going to park further down the road and have to walk further on the road, which might increase the safety risk.
Well, hopefully you have enough parking spots with 125 or thereabouts to address that.
Correct.
The other thing is, you know, we keep talking about this 60 foot of lakefront. And I thought at some point we were talking about some uplands public space also. And that's a concern as well. So I do think that that's an amenity that I'd like to see not go away, that there's some public land there that people can go and enjoy and sit.
It's intended that this is public parking and there would be picnic tables or public access, I mean, and all of these. And this trail here, obviously, hopefully it connects someday, but this whole slice here really becomes.
And would the easement be part of that as well?
For a walking trail? So that trail you just pointed at, you said hopefully someday. So that would be the easement for continual
Hopefully
walking?
someday that it connects to
That's
RSM develops the property.
Yeah, I know what I'm gonna use there.
So, yes, that would be.
Okay, that wasn't clear in this, that was still public parking, that was one of the questions. So.
In the previous presentation.
Yeah.
it's kind of color coded what was red,
Yeah.
so that still is, yes.
Okay.
Any trails will be you detail that in there.
Yes.
You're too late. Public access for the trail connector, I think that's what you're talking about. The applicant will give the town of Canandaigua an easement for approximately a third of an acre and includes an access point on the northwest corner of the property for potential public trail via the homeowners association open lands on the proposed RSM development site. The exact size and the location of the trail, if built. It's an if built, guys, don't miss that. Okay. Last time I checked, they haven't let you on the land, right? Last time I checked. Will be mutually agreed upon by the town of Canandaigua and the applicant. That's the only way I can handle that.
So to that point, Greg.
Yeah.
That's my concern. To me, I don't want the public land to be if built, okay? I want a piece of land there on the upland side that is designated as part of the easement.
That's what, that is part of the easement.
Okay.
Right?
I think you're saying the connector.
We
if
might be
built.
saying the same thing.
You're
Right.
saying the same thing, the connector if built.
Can I
You're
ask
building a
though-
trail on your property, but what is above your property, they
I
have
can't
no
promise.
control.
I
Right,
can't
I
promise.
understand. Yeah,
But
good, good.
I'm-
But they're offering an easement.
And then let me make one other comment, John.
If that,
And that is that this area, we think we're really excited about it. We're gonna put picnic tables up. We're gonna put Adirondack chairs. I'm not ready to put a fire pit in there yet, but it's that kind of conversation that we are having.
that's great.
Yeah.
And so then what you're talking about, tell me if I'm correct, is that parking area right there and the uplands above it would be part of the easement?
That's correct.
Can I
Beautiful.
interrupt you for just a sec? Janelle?
Please.
Why would that, I understand that we needed to be an easement along the lakeside portion in order for you to comply with the tier 2 docking and mooring. Why would the part across Westlake Road only be an easement rather than a gift of land?
Because every square foot everywhere on that whole site is critical to the dimensions we're trying to achieve. Okay, and that's why. And I also will make a comment, Adeline, about on this one. So yes, there are easements and they have a value, right? And there are permanent easements, which makes that property much more valuable to the receiver of that versus the applicant for that, because it's lost forever. Okay, and you can't even start to even calculate. I've tried 12 different ways, have not been successful yet. Okay, that's why I'm trying to encourage this conversation between ourselves, this board, Peter, myself, and others, along with this assessor strategy. Because I think this community, both sides need help on this. I'm acknowledging that I need help, all right? Peter's acknowledging he needs help. So I think that's a big step to take. And I don't want to take it alone. I've talked about partnerships since day one of this activity. And the final close of the presentations that we would make in the future, talk about how critical that is to us. Because we don't want to do something you guys don't want, okay? So my excitement would be to hear back from you, just the way we wrote it to you, maybe you write something back to us as a way to start that conversation, right?
Let me continue. 7 vote slips. I'd like to see more. I think that that's going to be a benefit to your business anyways. I think you're going to get a lot of traffic off of the water, and it's going to be a destination. So I'd like to see there be more public slips.
John, do you want to give a number that you think would be appropriate? Or do you want to hold off on that?
I think if we, as a board, write something up and give it back to the applicant, I think we could propose something in there. Would probably be the best for me. I think you've done a good job of screening the uplands, and that's very important. I think now when you're out on the lake and you look up there and you see all those boats and that big vacant parcel of land, it's god awful ugly.
That's my need.
I understand, but I think that's very important. I mean, the screening of the property is very important.
What do you mean by screening?
So that, when you're out on a lake, you don't see your focus isn't just on the upland, you get some trees there, you get shrubbery, and it looks like you've done a good job with that landscaping around the property, so to kind of hide that. But I know you also have to have views for the people that are renting, and you don't want to block those, but the screening's important. I mean, I thought it was important when I built my house to make sure that, people don't see the house in the middle of nowhere, and there was, there were trees all around it.
So you saw what the ECB, did you see what the ECB sent back out about pollinator gardens, water gardens? That is, I mean, but that's not in that picture right there. So.
Well, you just got it. So.
Yeah. No, I understand, but your intent is to incorporate no mowed areas. I'm sure it's cheaper.
Let me continue on. I also think whatever you're going to use the house for on the south end of your property needs to be identified as to what it's going to be used for. I heard Adeline talk about the event center, but I think the house is also very important to understand, and maybe that's going to be a short-term rental, or you're going to use it like the other pieces, but you just need to identify that, because if we go and approve this at some point down the road, we're going to need that documentation to say we're approving it based on this particular plan. And, you can't change from that plan. That's what the commitment is, right? I think, and I've mentioned this to you before, I want to see where the crosswalks are going to be. I also want to see where the handicap parking is going to be, and I want to make sure that it is handicap accessible. That's probably something I wouldn't have talked about 10 years ago, but it's something that I'm very focused on today.
So we're going to talk about that whenever you want to talk about.
Okay, good. The one thing that I thought was very important that I saw in the ECB recommendation, I think that the planning board also mentioned it a little bit, and I don't see it on this iteration of your drawing, is some type of wash area to make sure that the invasive species are not brought from another lake. And I think you said you want to do that, so that's all good. That's great. And I applaud you for that. But I just want to see it more outlined on this drawing, where you're going to do that, where you're going to wash it.
I think I made, I don't know if I mentioned at this meeting or at the planning board, very, very, very few boats leave the lake and come in the lake. Like of all the boats we have today, which I think the number is 150, like 3 boats leave a year to go on vacation to Lake George and come back. So it's very non-transient in the boats that are in and out, the ones go in, they stay in. So that's not a big issue in our particular way. Sure.
That's all I had, and thank you.
All right, thanks, John. Terry, got a couple more?
Yeah, the parking thing, Peter, is still is, you have it in phase 3. Could it be moved to phase 2? No, the parking on County Road 16. To where people don't have to climb up it all the, and it just seemed to me that if this project goes the way you want it to, with all the boats you're gonna have in the water, in the restaurant, which will draw a lot of people, I'm sure, you're gonna have an issue with parking. You're not gonna be able to park on the other side of the road. I mean, it shouldn't be allowed. I mean, it's just an accident waiting to happen. I've had a number of people contact me that have been reading about the project and are concerned about it being a much larger commercial operation than what's there now. Given the, the rental piece up above and all, and it's hard to for me to say, no, it's not gonna be. I mean, there are issues there now, as we all know, with boats and trailers being parked and cars on either side of the road. It's remarkably safe, kind of like our transfer station. Nobody's been hit out there, thank God. So,
Jeremy told me there's only been one incident, and the woman driver had a medical incident that caused her to.
So,
But that is hard to believe, given the circumstances that are there now, that there's not more things that go on after you come over the hill and come down around the curve by it. I mean, it amazes me.
I think German Brothers now kind of acts like a speed bump. Everybody slows down. We see how.
we don't want to follow it. So be careful. So I just seems to me parking should be moved up in the process, and how we respond to people that are saying, it's a huge, this is going from what it is now to a big mega operation. Difficult to respond, and a lot of our residents have that feeling, so.
So one of the significant kind of, it's a underlying piece is that this, the service piece is clear offsite. So a lot of the congestion, when we talk about this, the congestion that occurs is because of the boats that are waiting to be serviced, being serviced, finished, waiting to be picked up. All that activity doesn't happen at that location. And in the spring and the fall, the rush with bringing all the boats, all that doesn't happen at the marina. So that's a big piece that I don't think people grasp.
Well, true, that's going to go away.
Right.
But you're going to replace it with restaurants, it's going to draw people not just across the water, but driving down there to be able to have a nice meal, look out at the lake and all that. It might be exchanged from one for the other, I don't know.
I would agree that it's an exchange, but I think people see it as an addition on top of it. They don't see the piece that's leaving.
Well, that's, one could be right.
On the other, John, I think you mentioned crosswalks.
Yes.
I don't think that's, well, definitely not up to us, right?
Right, but you gotta show the crossing points where you're gonna put on your land, right?
John, that's gonna be up to the county.
So we have one here, right attached to that, and there was one here at one point, when we actually asked for 3, but the county said that's gonna be quite an ask for 3.
Yeah, it's probably gonna get one.
Yeah, they're.
So,
Well, the yacht club's a pretty busy area. No crosswalks.
No crosswalk.
No crosswalks.
someone told me today that in front of the yacht club is not double yellow line. You can pass. It's possible.
There's little kids walking across there all the time.
That's the only spot in Westlake where it's dotted, right in front.
So let me ask you this question, your intent, I mean, you've heard it from almost everybody about parking on Westlake Road. Do we have your commitment that there'll be no cars parked along Westlake Road where they currently are, boats and trailers?
No.
That might be a That might be an end all though.
Sticking point.
So the way it's stated now is there's no boats and trailers on the upland side.
So our code says November first to April first, no parking on all roads. For winter operations, 24/7. The vehicles parked there, we'll tow it. So keep that in mind. Just tell you, it's, it's code, it says, and November first, April first, no vehicles parked on the road. So
Townwide.
just keep that in mind when you're opening a restaurant.
Those ones, I don't think we'll have a problem.
I have one last tiny little
One last
question. I noticed from this sheet that Greg gave us, it indicates you currently have 70 boats in dry store. This is asking for 30 boats in dry store. Where are you planning to put those?
Don't have that answered yet.
Okay.
Would be offsite,
Offsite.
Not on this property we're looking at.
definitely not at that.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I was,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one
Offsite.
more minor point. It's a minor one.
I'm holding all mine till the end.
You don't show any moorings on this particular drawing. I think you did say at some point, pardon me?
Leave it on me.
It's all Greg's fault.
At the
How
end.
many?
12.
There will be 12. There'll be 2 rows, the landscape is such that it falls off. And they just we can't put more in there. So there'll be 2 rows of 6 moorings out front of.
Currently 35.
Correct.
In that sort of border area there that you've got outlined there, so.
The 200-foot mark.
So between the lake and the docks,
What I'm sorry,
No, that area right there.
right where you're pointing.
the 35 are here.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Once the docks are, in, I don't have room.
They'll be in that red.
They'll just be.
That's what I'm asking,
red
so,
spot
yeah,
there.
okay.
There'll be 2.
2 rows of 6.
Of 6.
There's also been in the community. That a lot of concern with the neighbors from their perspective. We have committed to a traffic pattern will be established for the boats going in to get their gas and coming back out. And on top of that, we'll work with our neighbors to find a way to not have them come buzzing down really close to shore. Because now we got assets of 768 feet of assets. We don't want that at all, right? So we're going to lead that activity from our view.
How much of this has to be run by the DEC also?
Speak up, please.
How much of it has to be run by the DEC also?
That's a great question.
I believe just the dock. Oh, yeah.
The docks themselves.
I mean,
right.
that's.
But then we would take that to DEC for guidance on the buoys we put up to protect the environment, protect the wellness of lots to our north and south. So.
I have one last comment to deal with the incentive. I don't know, everybody, the benefit of going last is everybody exhausts all your questions that you could have asked. I would like you to consider whether it's in a set aside of money, like cash money, the green stuff, or a significant valuable portion of land for water quality, water mitigation projects.
So offsite.
Offsite, whether it's contribute $200,000 to water mitigation projects within the town of Canandaigua, or purchase and donate X parcels of land to the town for water quality projects. That, in my mind, is an amenity that is not on site, is not related to the business, and benefits the entire town and the entire community. So.
And other people, other towns on the lake.
What's that?
So it benefits everybody on the lake.
It benefits everybody. Yep, but it benefits the town, and that's something that I'd like to see as part of it. So I think that's something that I would encourage you to put in there.
When we have another meeting to discuss capital projects going forward, we should invite you guys so that they can listen to what we're up against going forward.
So they can just Watch the
want
last
to know that
finance
gallery.
maybe. It's-
But there are areas that, in my mind, when I'm at the park, I mean, you've seen that little cabin park out here. It's gonna be parked out there for a while. There is a plan that's been considered and approved to make improvements on the upland side of the park. We don't have all the money we need to make that happen, put a roadway in. To put that cabin up there and a couple more. I mean, there are issues like that that are in front of the town that would benefit our whole town and people from outside our town. And they want to come here and enjoy Oneida Park. So, I mean, there are areas like that that we could outline to you that, you know, we give you our Christmas list. Come here.
They can drive down and get an ice cream cone from one out there. We have little cabs.
So,
Jared wants to borrow our ice cream guy.
Is it the duck ice cream?
yes,
Would you like me to coordinate with?
yes,
the board
because
and
we
put
cannot,
together sort of a
we,
counter proposal?
we can't communicate.
Yep.
On a email circle, adding all our comments.
Mhm.
Right.
We can't build something like that.
Contact.
You can
I can
contact
put
each,
together a rough outline what we discussed.
you can be the conduit, contact us individually, we share, you deposit it, send it back for individual approval, back to you.
And then I'll put together a letter for the applicant, coordinate with staff as well. And then I think it's gonna be a combination of, instead of this amenity, this amenity, I also think there's some questions that you wouldn't mind having this for instead of.
And I think this form is. This is a public hearing.
I have one last thought on the imbalance of the numbers. Those numbers are the amount that I'm spending, right? So off the top of my head, I don't remember the numbers, but I'm investing in the community $7 million, which is probably going to be more than that when it's done. And I'm giving you guys whatever it is, $2 million worth of assets. So it's not like that I'm going to all of a sudden be getting $7 million worth of value. I'm spending this money, and I have to borrow and pay interest on all that. So it's a significant undertaking and a significant amount of risk that I and my partner are taking to make this all come to fruition. It is obviously very far from funny money that I can just be coming up with more money to give you for this. Even if you say yes, it still is a tremendous outlay that we have to undertake. So I just want to kind of ground it in that thought that this is not insignificant amount of money that the business is putting out. So, thank you.
There is a question on the screen about building the trail. I can see the top question. The document says that the town's gonna pay for building the walking trail. Is that the case?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, good.
Are there more questions on there?
There's only that I can see.
That's the only question.
Before you, yeah, you're right, it is a significant investment, giving up 2 million. Me, it's, who gets to say where the 2 million is spent, not what?
You do.
I mean, you're right, you're giving something up, but maybe what you're giving up and telling us this is what you're getting.
I'm proposing. I'm just
That's the way it's
proposing.
coming across to me.
That the document says all I can do is propose, so
Okay.
I'm proposing.
We're
And you're
work
gonna
through
counter.
the final piece over here.
We're gonna counter propose.
Yeah.
I think that's what the applicant's looking for. Right.
Okay, so we now have, this is a public hearing. So now we have a chance for the public to speak as part of this. So if you could go to the microphone and state your name and address for the record.
Going to the microphone,
Okay.
I'll talk loud.
So
I'm Karen.
wait,
Parker.
Mr. Westbrook will take the microphone over to you because he's nice like that. Mr. Brew will take it because he's nice like that.
Thank you. Karen Parker's Laura Lane. When I looked at the map and John brought up the handicapped parking and accessibility, I see parking at a level with a bunch of
green stuff underneath it and I see nothing at street level. So where is your intention to have handicap parking when you have a restaurant that serves the public? And you have, will it be in that parking lot to all the way to the south or to the north? That one there?
We haven't gotten that far.
You haven't gotten that far.
You understand our.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
something
right,
that-
shut off. And the other thing is the Westlake Road parking. You know, I've lived in this area for a long, long time. I've been to restaurants on many of the Finger Lakes. And if there is a road in front of that restaurant, I guarantee there are cars parked on the side of that road, whether it's allowed or not. It is impossible to keep them off it. And here it is, the 20th of November, and there still are, well, there was yesterday, there were boats parked on the side of the road, one of which is kind of, the furthest north is kind of out in the road a bit, so you really do have to go around. I am hard put to imagine that you're going to keep Westlake Road parking free at all. If there's a restaurant, a year-round restaurant, public restaurant on Westlake Road. It just isn't going to happen. And those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone
I'll
else?
pass the microphone.
Anyone else? Well, we'll put it back up in the front. You got to pass. We have somebody on board?
Somebody right here.
Yes, so go, come on up. So we'll
Good job,
put that, we'll
Jim.
put that back right up there. We're not gonna, we won't pass it around, but if you can take the podium. Thank you very much.
Kathy Foster, and I'm at 4065 on Alinda Drive. I have a couple different questions that I'll ask you guys. Okay, well, they're to you, but with regard to the public parking, I think it's 30 by 60 or something to that effect. How many spots is that actually gonna end up being?
I don't think that's outlined yet.
And that's
one of the
something that
things
we
we
can-
were asking about too.
That we can look, that we can
Okay,
make a note of that.
so following that same line of questioning, what's the occupancy of your proposed restaurant?
You need to
Okay.
focus comment. You can ask us questions.
Do we know what the occupancy of the restaurant
Well, you
is?
can't ask us, but you can make a statement, say, I'd like to know the
Okay.
occupancy of the proposed restaurant. And that's something that can come back next time.
I would like to know the occupancy of the proposed restaurant.
Okay.
And whether it's going to be year round. Because if we do not have roadside parking available and all the boats are being stored on the uplands, and we've only got a handful of spots in the public spot, where are we gonna park?
I think the boats aren't gonna be stored in the
They'll be
uplands.
offsite.
So that's why they have all those parking spaces. They're proposing to take all the boats out of the uplands, put them in the lake or in another location. And then what would be there is these open parking spaces for people to come out to the boats that are stored on the docks in the lake, or for parking for the restaurant, or for the short-term rentals.
I'm talking about in the winter though. So are we gonna have parking up
No.
on that winter, in the winter on the silly spots? Because I live right next door and my driveway is not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't
That's my
know.
concern.
I don't think it's clear
Okay.
yet if the restaurant's open year round.
Right. That's my question.
All right,
Okay.
thank you very much. Good luck, yeah, good luck with that. Anyone else like to be heard at this time?
Oksana Fuller, 3971 Westlake Road or County Road 16. And I just want to know where the events building is going to be. If it is Moore's house right now, that's a no-go. Because we are like 3 houses away from Moore's house. We can hear the drag races from the county fairgrounds. We can hear the music from CMAC what's going to happen when we have events going on? People are not going to be quiet. The other thing is, how far out are the boats going to be parked? Are they going to be, well, in the lake, I mean, there is a blinking light for safety at during the night. Are the boats going to be parked inside, closer to the road, so to speak, or are they going to be parked still out past that buoy? I mean, I can see from my kitchen window, you know, everything that is happening over there. The other thing is gasoline. Many times we have had gasoline coming south, and you know, you can always see the sheen. And then I have to call German Brothers in the past, okay, in the past. And they say, well, your husband probably wasn't very careful when he was putting gasoline in his boat. You know, no, we're going to come and help figure it out. And so therefore, I would have to call the DEC. And I don't want to keep doing that. And as I said, this has happened a couple of times in the past, not when you were the owner. So let me see, there is something else that I was thinking about, but the parking. Can they guarantee us that there will not be any parking on the west side of the road, of County Road 16? And the other thing is, okay, so parking at the marina, it extends to the south, to all our residential houses, and it extends to the north, to all the residential houses when it is a busy weekend. So if you can't have parking in front of the marina, then that's what's going to happen. They're just going to go north and south. I am excited about this project, cleaning up the property, but I do have some concerns, and we've lived here for over 40 years. And I think that you are trying to do too much on a piece of property that is just going to have more issues that you don't know about right now because you don't live here. So that's all that I want to say.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else in person who would like to be heard at this time? Do we have one online? Okay, go ahead. All right, Marion, we will be unmuting you in a second. All right, you're
Okay.
unmuted, Marion, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I made 3 comments in the meeting chat that I would like to have become part of the meeting minutes and documented. I can only see the last 2 because the first one seemed to have disappeared, but somebody mentioned it anyway. My second comment was perhaps if Greg Westbrook hadn't been running around telling people that when completed, it would be a multi-billion, that's billion with a B operation, the incentive amenity figures might be more believable. And my third comment was the majority of uses and importantly, the year-round uses are all transient. Therefore, if anything, this should be tier 3 for UDML. I'd like you to sincerely have a discussion regarding tier. I think tier 3 is much more appropriate. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else online? Okay, we will not, obviously, we won't be closing this public hearing. We will continue it, pending more information. And give us the chance to get our information and provide it, through Mr. Nadler. So I would, I would say we've got Thanksgiving coming up, I'd say within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Within the next couple of weeks, we'll get information, then he can gather it and send it off.
Our Christmas wish list.
Yeah, so
Either close.
2 months or 3 months for a continuation of this. To have time to look at that, absorb it, and then counter.
You're saying when to have them
It's
come
not-
back?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not gonna involve a significant redesign or anything, I would think.
No,
So what's 2 to 3 months mean?
which would be either January or
Saying you wanna
February
come
for the
back in
next
January,
for the
come back in
next,
February.
sorry, for the next meeting, for the next continuation of the public hearing. For you to present your thoughts on what we had shared through Mr. Nadler. What's that?
Is there not a meeting in December?
There is one December 18th, but I don't see us. I mean, it would be pretty tight to be able to get that and turn around and give you the chance to do that. Board members,
I agree. With what you said, that'd be too tight.
too tight for December, okay.
I can put a response date, you know, if please respond by, you know, frankly, it'll be, you know, in the next week.
Yeah.
Or we'll put you on the January agenda.
Well,
If you want to give. the
if
board
we get a
time
response, if we
to
get,
think about it
yeah.
too.
You're right.
Because we need time to see back, so I'm more comfortable with January.
I was just gonna respond, to your comment that I don't think we ought to wait until the meeting for them to give us their response.
Oh, yeah.
We need that ahead of time.
Yeah, and if you can provide it, if you can get it back, you know, this gives time to, and then it can come back to us and then we have time to kind of see it and digest it. That sound fair?
if they had their response to whatever we put together 10 days before December 18th, why wouldn't we just go ahead and hear it?
If we do, thoughts?
I mean, do we have to decide that tonight? Let's see how.
We need to continue, it.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta set a date to continue the public hearing.
So we gotta set that date.
So it's either gonna be January 8th, it's gonna either be
22nd.
December 18th or January 22nd.
So what's the harm? Is there any,
Organizational, but at the end of the month.
is there any harm in saying we'll continue it on the 18th?
We don't have a
and then
second one, you're right.
At some point, say we can't do it?
Can we push it forward if we're not ready or they're not ready?
So just real quick, your January meetings, traditionally you have an organization.
And then we pay our bills at the end.
January 8th, you don't have a normal third Monday in
Yeah.
January, that's a holiday. And then usually you have a meeting like the last day of the month.
We'll pay our bills.
So it would either be January 8th or approximately January 3rd.
Yeah.
It's either the 22nd or the 29th if we did so the second meeting.
So,
Can it be like outside the normal monthly cadence, I mean, January 8th, whatever that day is?
I mean, we can do it.
What's the urgency?
Yeah, we can reschedule it and set a meeting for any time that we want.
I think also, I mean, from my perspective, part of it is I would like to have as much public involvement and knowledge of what's going on as possible.
And we do have better
my
input at
concern
the
is that
board
there'd be
meetings.
less public input and availability a week before Christmas than there would be sometime in January. I'd really like the public to have buy-in to this, you know, if it's
To
something.
get off a monthly cadence and get on to maybe a weekly cadence. That we,
Well,
we go on months to month.
We're talking about the public hearing though. That's when the public can come and talk about it, not our communications with you. I think we're talking about communicating with Chris and having something back to you within the next probably 2-3 weeks.
I
So
think, and we can communicate during that time.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, I would recommend a motion to continue this to January 8th after your organizational, at the conclusion of your organization.
Let's just do it. Is everybody comfortable with January 8th?
I'd ask her, you guys don't. vote for January 8th.
I wanna, frankly, I wanna keep going right now.
I think it's. Again, I go back to my comments about the amenities you're offering. To me, you're forcing this on us, and now if we gotta have a meeting next week, I'm out of that. No, not for me. January 8th, that's really enough.
Okay, so we have consensus, so I will make a motion. So we don't need to make a motion. We just, we will continue the, I'm going to continue the public hearing until January 8th. All right? Okay.
Can we just confirm the date of anticipated receipt from?
Just as soon as I can, and I'm not gonna give you a hard and fast date, 'cause things can't, sometimes that doesn't work, but I would expect something next week. This would be my goal, and I don't see any reason that shouldn't work.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
6 o'clock on the 8th, are you gonna set that time as well?
It'll be the regular board meeting time. Yeah, it'll just be at our organizational meeting.
We back to.
All right, so now we do have a new public hearing. So this is a public hearing on the adoption of the sidewalk envisionment map and report, including it as a new appendix to the Town of Canandaigua Comprehensive Plan Update 2021. At this time, I declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone who would like to be heard at this time on this public hearing? Anybody online? Anybody, nobody else at the table? Going one more time? Is there anybody in the room who would like, Oksana?
I just think more effort should be done on sidewalks in Cheshire.
Okay,
I mean, it should be a real priority. People walk, and now with winter coming, they have no place to walk.
I think one of the things that, well, you are still here, that this was just something that we looked at. I agree with you that, but it didn't raise to all those 5 criteria that high, but it might to the town board, and it certainly does to the residents of Cheshire. So I think I, as a board member, have heard you and would like to resolve that, but we can elevate that ourselves. You know what I mean? I think it's important that we have a document of sidewalks in the town. So we have to have a starting place somewhere, you know what I mean?
Well, I just want to say that we have a Hamlet of Cheshire master plan and nothing has been done about it. So that's what I'm saying.
Well, I think that we can do something on that, you know what I mean? I think that's an important issue and that we should visit
We
that.
can't do anything.
No.
It's all
it's a
state.
state.
Right.
It's all state. We've been down this road how many times with the state? They keep telling us no.
Well,
It's
let's
also
put
not
some
just the
pressure on
sidewalk.
it.
I mean, putting.
But we'll have to go to your state and federal elected officials then.
I mean, we can, if you want to send letters, if you want to send information, we can forward that off. We can have meetings and we can bring in Pam and Jeff to have a meeting where we sit down and so they hear it, so they have that information, and then they can take it there.
Pam is one of the ones that's been here.
Yeah, I mean,
She was
she's
here,
right.
Brent was here. Oksana's been saying this for years. We've had people from the state here. They have money one year, then they don't.
Right.
They take it away. I mean,
Well, they did some road work in
They did
Cheshire.
half-assed.
We didn't even know that they were gonna.
Can't
do
say
it.
that.
Oh, I just did.
Well, they also,
So,
also just to note, the plan does also indicate sidewalk suggestion from Pierce Park to State Route 21. So that's another area to consider as well. That would be in our control. So.
we have easement, we have constraints with properties. They're close to 21. People don't want their bushes removed on 21.
So it's not, no, to bring it back, it's not an easy,
No.
and 90% of it is out of our hands.
The only way we can do this, we need a water main of Cheshire. We need to get behind the houses, put it in front. It's over 50 years old.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a miserable thing to work on, because
Right.
everybody's houses, everybody's septic fields. That's when you do the work.
Right.
Number of years
We
ago.
now have to dig up the front. Then you get the water in.
I have an
The
idea.
state was going to put in, they were gonna redo the road. This was, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago.
Not too long ago.
And we said that'd be an excellent opportunity to use the sidewalk and move the water line. And we also explored getting natural gas.
Yes.
Nothing happened.
Yes.
The road had, and nothing.
That's all, nothing.
Right.
Okay.
So my idea is maybe you can get some parent in Cheshire who doesn't like their kid very much, to have them go play next to the road.
I don't like that idea.
I'm sure the state will come around. if
I'm
that
sure you
happens.
were right, but I don't
Well,
like
I've seen
that.
near misses at
Yeah.
Ames all the time, near misses.
No,
Yeah.
yeah. I get,
Well, Jared, when we still had CIC, that was one of our projects.
we still do.
Oh, good.
We still
Let's-
do.
Let's have it continued.
We still do.
That was one of our projects that we were going to take on. And then nothing happened with the CIC. So anyway, that's my comment.
All right. Any other comments?
If I could just real quick, one thing to keep in mind, one of the outcomes I believe that you were looking for with this document is giving the planning board some direction on where you envision sidewalks. On that map that's on the screen, those are the only places you want to tell the planning board to get sidewalks? I think you should take a second before adopting this and really think about that, to be honest with you.
And like we said, this isn't, like you said in the presentation, this isn't set in stone or
It's a live document.
concrete. It's a live document and we can add and we can adjust. But we do have constraints.
Can also acknowledge receipt of this plan. Rather than adopting it, which might connote, this is it. Nothing else but this, we don't want to do that, so.
I think it's important for grants that we can find something that we can actually adopt and add to our comprehensive plan. That was a suggestion from the county planning board or county planner. So,
But what are the consequences of doing nothing?
Versus adopting versus not adopting.
I mean, it is a live document that we can add to and take away from. And I think it's important to have a document where we're trying to increase walkability in our town for any number of reasons.
I agree.
Well, we do, I mean, we've got the document now, so we have it as a guide going forward.
But it's not
So,
useful for
I mean,
grants.
if-
if it's-
What does adopting it mean?
It means that we could apply, it means we could apply for money. What's the likelihood of us applying for money and getting it without a sidewalk plan?
You're gonna have a much stronger if you have adopted. Without a doubt, right? Or having something, but my concern is, so for instance, I got a call last summer, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, but I got a call last summer late at night, they were in a planning board meeting. And they were looking to determine whether or not to require the developer to install sidewalks, right? So if you adopt this as is, and that was specifically Sunset Ridge, this tells me sidewalks are not envisioned there. And so as the developer, I should not be requiring the developer to install sidewalks. That's my concern if you adopt the version that's here tonight. Is this really what we want? I think it's missing some parts.
The solution to
We
that
haven't even seen
problem-
this document.
Yes, we are.
Right, right.
It has been distributed to us.
A couple months ago, yes.
So is your recommendation that we take this document and add to it? Because I don't want to miss that opportunity from developers either. But I don't want to put this on the back shelf and have it just go away.
Exactly.
That's my concern.
I agree. I think you might want to take a second, maybe add to it. Maybe you could, like even was talked about, and then adopt. I do think an adoption at some point in time in the near future, but I don't know if you need to do it tonight.
Right. Well, I wouldn't disagree with that, but I really don't want to let this go and die. That's my concern.
Is there some way to somehow tag it or label it as a first step that this isn't our complete?
Well, it's,
We want this, but we.
it's right there, draft recommendations. I mean, it already is.
We don't need to convey that this is the be all and end all.
But do we set a time frame up to at December 18th
Well,
or
we
to
could-
January 8th that we're going to have a sidewalk plan ready to adopt?
We could if we table it.
Public hearing.
Well, I don't know that we need to continue the public hearing. We don't need to vote on it, on the resolution. We could close the public hearing, but we could we could table the resolution,
Till next month.
comes back next month. We would have to have made adjustments to that map by then, or we have to vote it up or down.
Well, what do you?
Or if we go to if we push it to January or even February, it gives us a couple months to say, yes, we like this. No, we don't want County Road 30. We don't see a need there. We want to take it down East Lake Road a little bit.
I mean, if you want to reinvent the whole thing, that would take almost a year to do this.
But that would just
I
be.
don't think we want to do that.
No,
either.
no, no, no. But what I envision with that is basically taking that with an eraser and a highlighter and taking a couple other areas. I know it's going outside of kind of the data that was provided, but a couple areas that we want to elevate. And we're gonna take our little red highlighter and highlight maybe Sunset Ridge or East Lake Road, and then erase maybe County Road 30 because there's nothing out there once you get past.
But what about the future?
We don't know where that development, we don't know where it's gonna be.
I was
I
gonna
know,
suggest
so
that
that's the point, you don't know where it's going.
Yeah.
the planning board produces guidelines, not guidance, guidelines in terms of new subdivisions. When you're doing a subdivision in this type of zoning district, north of here, you know, this kind of houses, I don't know what you want. But, you know, the town board would really like to see sidewalks on both sides of the road, or one side of the road, or whatever that is. I think that's what the planning board could use as in addition to this, because
Can't that be in the site design and development criteria?
absolutely, that is in there.
Well, then why are they asking?
I don't know that they are.
No, you said Sunset Ridge people, they're asking this question.
I think it would be useful. I think that
Because the site design develop, they don't say where.
guidelines.
They say how to build, what to build, but they don't say where we need to have it, so,
That's what my question was, shouldn't it belong in there?
yeah, it should be there too.
No is the answer to that, Terry, because that, if you wanna say every subdivision is gonna have sidewalks on both sides of the street, I don't think that's what you necessarily want in a rural.
Well, I thought that's what you just said. You want them on both sides?
I don't know what you want. I'm pretty sure you don't want them on both sides of the street in an agricultural setting, you know.
Well, no, I mean, in subdivision, in
Yeah.
a development, you want to have sidewalks for internal circulation,
Yeah.
so. But that's there already, isn't it? I mean. that
Not
was-
not as a
Yeah.
requirement.
Maybe it should be.
And not,
I mean, I just don't see how you can modify this document in the next couple of weeks to.
Well, I think we
Yeah.
can make maybe another page. We could take the draft recommendation, we can make another page that indicates, you know, some priorities from the town
These
planning
we've
board.
set these.
You know,
we-
adjusted by the town planning board, so that we
Identify
have
the
this
priorities.
page preserved as this is what this hard data indicates. And then a second page indicating, you know, current priorities as, you know, as adjusted by the town board. So that some of those that are red should be yellow or not there at all, and some of those that are yellow should maybe be orange or whatever it might be. And some areas, you know, could be added, like also County Road 10 is not on there, which I know we talked about in our meetings as well, so. But
Yeah,
Just a comment.
Just a thought on that, and I see what you're saying, right, is it's less so those roads that are currently existing and those that will be developed as part of the subdivision process. So maybe what we can add in addition to this existing road network is zones where we feel, you know, it could be more so a polygon on the map that says in this areas should subdivisions occur.
Like quadrants of priorities, right?
This is
right.
maybe somewhere, an area that we would like to see
Right.
a subdivision have a complete sidewalk or something like that, rather than, cause those roads, we can't.
can't
design
guess
them
what
on
they're
this
gonna
map,
be,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's just a thought, you know, but I mean, we can certainly take this and make edits to it.
Is that something you could do?
Yeah, we can make the appropriate edits that,
A-
you know.
A sidewalk overlay district.
Stop.
It's not mine.
That was out of order. So can we coalesce around that?
You got something on that?
Continue.
Do we have a hand online or just a comment?
It's a comment, I believe, I don't think we have a.
I'll read. Yeah, I don't have my far away glasses. The town of Farmington has sidewalks from 96 to Town Line Road. And it's time for Canandaigua to do the same. We walk to the ice cream shop. You walk 332, it's bad from speeding, not paying attention.
So that's specifically related to
332. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
As an aside, it seems to me like you're gonna need to change the second January meeting. You do this and that.
Well, you could do it in December, I would think. too.
Well, I would say if we're sending it back to you, I don't see it in December or January. I see it taking a little bit longer, taking a little bit longer to do that, because it's not up top in your queue anymore. You've got other things that you're working on.
Well, selfishly, I'm having a baby in February, so.
Yeah.
But yes, yeah, I mean,
So what are your thoughts on a time frame to be able to bring it back?
I don't think there should be an issue with turning this around in the next couple, I mean, with the holidays, obviously, it poses a challenge. in terms of Getting something to the town and the town board for their review, and the planning board is necessary, by January realistically.
Okay,
You said the 8th.
So it's January 8th, right? Is that the date
January
that's doable?
8th, but that's gonna be filling up.
This is an important issue. I
I
mean,
know. We might end up with a second one in January.
right.
Can we have a deadline for our town board members to provide comments and changes? I think that's more important to what her timeline can be.
We have other staff in time.
Yeah.
It's not.
So I'm just thinking out loud, if we did move it to February, because Thomas is on the list as well,
Yeah, yep.
he could come and present. Do you trust him to present?
Thomas is great.
He's got about 25 years more experience than me, so yeah.
All
I think
right,
that'll,
so you're saying there's a chance that he could do it. So how about, and in February, our meeting will be the 12th because the 19th is a holiday.
Happy Valentine's Day.
So when we get to this resolution, we will table it, table it until February 12th.
That sounds.
Okay. 2 hours. All right. Any other discussion or comment? Okay, so at this time, I'd like to declare the public hearing closed. Now on to the other portion of the agenda.
Close it or continue it?
We'll close the public hearing, but we will, considering the comments that we had, what are your thoughts?
I think if you continue it to the February meeting,
Then we're, okay,
then you don't have to re-advertise it.
Good
any
call.
more than you
so let's,
would otherwise.
yeah, I wasn't thinking of public hearing for then, but yeah, so
Well, if it's
I will
changed
retract
enough-
that.
If it's changed enough.
If it's changed enough, so I will retract that and we will continue tonight's public hearing until February 12th. Okay. All right, for reports
Good luck in
of.
February.
Good luck.
Good luck,
Yeah.
thank you for being here.
Thanks for that report.
All right, Jim?
Yeah, the streetlights, for intersections of Adeline had someone contacted from Taco. But we have already completed that. Street lighting savings, all of our streetlights that are SC1, service connection 1, through RG&E have been replaced. That's like 82 of them. So it'll be a savings about 2,400 a year, I think I said something like that, a year on total. So that's completed. The FEMA category A, B for storm, and then F and G for park and recs has been submitted to them for reimbursement. What that is the work we did post storm of July 9th. I don't know a number yet, and it's gonna be 75% of whatever number they agreed to. I'm not sure if the state has given their 25%. I haven't heard anything about that. Something to think about, even with, for the December, I'm sorry, the organization meeting is, fees. What is, have some sort of discussion with the December meeting on what we're thinking in January.
Do you have any recommendations?
Yeah, I do, but there's a list. I mean,
Yeah.
There's development, highway,
Right.
water, town clerk's office, I mean, just.
So if you
one
can-
thing to think about.
Yeah.
with 2 people at the
Yeah.
first of the year.
So
We
I
could
would say,
also add that in a finance meeting.
That's
if you want
awesome.
to, yeah.
So,
Yeah, so I would think any that you might have that are specific to water and hookups and everything else, see what we have.
We received 5 RFPs to our streetlights on 332. When I discussed at public works meeting, but that also leads me to, I'm not sure when, how soon, but as Doug has expressed, I've expressed, the lights don't work on 332. I think the town board needs to come up with some direction what to do with those lights until the time they're fixed permanently for the next 30 years. But we need to fix those lights, especially in the big district they're paying for. So I can only tell you that it will not be inexpensive.
Oh. You're talking the bid or the repairs?
I thought the repairs.
Of the broken ones?
Yes.
Are
We
we,
have more that don't work than you.
are we repairing or replacing? I thought we
Well, you're up to repair them for now,
Okay.
so. And at least should be addressed as well.
Do you have a,
I thought we had put some, didn't we have funds?
We have not anything.
do you have an amount? Can you come up with
I see 30,000-40,000 on top of my head.
Do we have to repair every one, or if you repair every other, you don't just, no, it's
They're
gotta
all
be,
in series.
yeah, that's too bad. I was trying to get them some light.
They're 35 years old. They're-
we got some candles up there?
Certainly, we could turn the gas and whole bunch of, so.
So, I mean, is that something we can maybe do in December, get it on there for December? Because that, we've been talking about that for a year, basically. So-
Yeah.
And that's gotta be funded through bid.
That would be a bid.
Yeah.
That's all now being charged. So I have,
All right, thank you, Jim. Town clerk, Crystal, do you have anything?
No.
Sarah?
No, just, I don't have anything beyond my report that I submitted.
All right, thank you. Lindsay, you still on?
Lindsay had to jump off, but just real quick, the new sign at Outhouse Park has been installed, if you haven't gone past it. So the new digital sign is there, the topper is not yet installed, they're waiting for a part, but that'll be coming soon, so the topper will make it look like all of the other signs like the one out front.
Awesome.
Did we do that today?
They did.
Oh, I guess I haven't been by there, yeah.
Excellent, that's great.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Is it functioning though? No?
It is, it has right now, it says, Richard P. Outhouse Park on it, and it has the date and temperature. And then, Lindsay's working with them to have programming access to it.
Yes. Awesome.
Excellent.
Right.
All right, Doug?
Jared, one of the things, and I wish I brought it up during our public hearing, you and I had an email from Mr. Ballard about the sidewalk in Richmond. About, he was really interested in supporting, a new sidewalk between St. James and Lake Cliff, and also handicap accessibility and had some language in the bill about signage and stuff, but maybe we can just send it.
I'll share that into the,
That's also in, I think that section was on the side of the management report, the St. James White Cliff section.
I have I'll talk as long as I can, too much dust in the last week. Financial reports are in. I was planning on bringing a plan for approval for the town board for the citizens committee. With the events of the last couple of weeks, we're gonna have to move that to December. So I'll have that for you at the December meeting. Some of you might have seen, it's been in the news, the issues that they had at the landfill recently, where there was a 3-acre slide. So if you picture about 2.5 feet of dirt, so you have your garbage and then you have all your trash with all of your gas mitigation equipment. And then you have your clean layer on top of that. And then you have your fabric above that. And then you have basically another 2 to 3 feet of dirt on top of that. So you have dirt and then you have top growth, okay? And everything was done to specs and to standards and the way it was supposed to be done and the way they've done it before. But it was a culmination. They did about 7 acres, well over a $3 million project to seal it permanently. So it's green instead of just brown. And it was 3 acres of that they had just finished that slid. No loss of life, no contaminants, no garbage or chemical contaminants going out. DEC was on top of it that same day, Casella was on top of it that same day. That's about all we know for right now. They're trying to adjust and figure out what to do with the dirt, because you can't have that much dirt piled there at the end with all the rain and the snow from winter, because that's all gonna go to the creek down below. It's not contaminated, but you're gonna have your suspended solids floating into that water. You're gonna have all the dirt, the clean dirt, but still, it doesn't need to be ending up in the creek. So Casella's looking at ways to mitigate that, and to help prevent future problems from that. But as of right now, it's up in the air as to how to put it all back together. Humpty Dumpty was there, broke, and it's that piece of not knowing. And it's such a large amount of dirt that you can't just get up there and start figuring it out. It takes quite a while. All right, so that's a cheerful note. Okay, finance, Adeline?
Yeah, we had a meeting, we had the meeting before the last meeting, we had a long discussion about long-term capital planning, and kind of finished off some capital capital improvement lists that we talked about pretty significantly with Mr. Fletcher as well. And how we can adjust that plan so that it's a little bit more updated to the current problems post-COVID. We started our discussion on long-term capital planning for the town. And we will continue that in December and I'm sure for many months thereafter. And we also elected to spend $5,000 to fund a grant application for North Road.
All right, thank you. Ordinance, actually planning, let's jump ahead of there. Terry?
There's a couple of resolutions on tonight that related to our last meeting, what we talked about. We won't belabor this, but one of the items we talked about last week was a petition.
Yes.
On your own 28.
So
Where does that stand?
we worked out how we can make things. Chris Keel, a good idea, trying to save us a lot of handwork while we're out doing it. And my staff's working out with the information together on petition, so we can go out and do this.
When do we anticipate the
It's good for this,
going out there?
Yeah.
Well, and I think we'd all indicated PPW, a lot of us are willing to help with that process too, so just let us know.
I saw, right, between the three of us, we figured out how to do it and try to have less people doing this.
The front porch with the door open. I did receive, speaking of that, if I can interrupt for a second, I did receive a letter delivered this morning from, and I didn't bring it down with me, I apologize, from the resident who asked about the part down Emerson, I think it's down Emerson. That offshoot where he was asking if it needed to go down that way.
The west,
What, yes.
Like 3 or 4 houses.
So he brought a list and I'll share it with you, but he went and had about 10 names on it, 10 to 12 names. And I think there was 1 yes and 11 no's for that area, but they will be presented when the petitions come out. And they'll be able to have that say, but I just wanted to share that because his question was about shrinking the district, which we decided we're not going to do in this format. Is that it? Yep. Okay. John?
We opened up a conversation the last meeting about short-term rentals and refining that ordinance a little bit, and I suspect we might come back to the board in another month or two with an update to that. And at your request, Mr. Chairman, we did have a presentation from the owner of Star Cider before the ordinance committee about reversing our ordinance, not allowing cannabis dispensaries in the town. And so it's just informational.
Okay.
We probably will hear more as months move on.
Okay.
Nothing new to report there.
Okay. All right, thank you. Economic development, no report. Okay. I'm trying to look through to see if there are any. ECB, I did see Kim comment. I don't know if I see her currently on. Okay.
We've lost some by attrition at
I
this
know,
time.
I know. Special events, Oksana, do you have anything for special events?
Sure. Unless you guys wanna go home.
We got a whole agenda here.
Special events. We had a fantastic Halloween at Onanda. We had over 1,500 people attend. And we got so many wonderful thank yous from everyone and just wonderful comments about the town doing this. And yeah, has become a premier special event in the whole area because people don't just come from town of Canandaigua, they come from everywhere. And so I do want to thank the people that volunteered. And Jared, I didn't even know that you were parking up above.
Yeah, I
So
didn't make it down. I tried to make
so
it down.
thank you.
But I ended
Yeah,
up stuck
that's
all the
okay.
way to the mountain goats.
Yeah, and Dave, you were going to send me some comments about what we could do better. So could you please do that? Okay. And we ran out of food like at 4:15 and people were just clamoring for cider and donuts and popcorn. And we had nothing left. So we need to probably expand our budget for next year. And actually, at our special events meeting that we had, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, we were going to maybe after the holidays, come to the finance committee and talk to you about this event because it has just exploded over the years. I will be putting in the newsletter like a little report and thank you. So I already sent something to Kim and we have been, so that event has been just spectacular. We have been talking about the float event for the 4th of July. And one night when I couldn't sleep, I just designed the whole float. And Dennis has been going to the Ag Committee meeting, and we're going to feature agriculture in the town because we've done we did the boat, we did the airplane, we did the parks. And so we thought, you know what, let's concentrate on our agriculture. And we never go with the theme that the city proposes because they propose it like a month ahead. There's no time to do a float. So you'll be hearing more about it. And also the Army recruiters have spoken to me and Lindsay. Next May is like a dedicated month for the military. and they want to bring in equipment, maybe even a helicopter. And I said, what they need to do is write up a proposal and it'll come before the town board. And I suggested Outhouse Park because it has the big field. And so with that, we thought that maybe we could do a USO show in the highway barns. Jim. At the same day that we would have that military event, you know, towards later in the afternoon, like we had the big open house, which was a lot of fun and a lot of people came. And I think that would be a real hoot. We already have people that have the old Jeep vehicles like they used during the World War II instead of World War III. And yeah, so I think we have a lot going on after the holidays. Okay.
Oksana, is there anything planned for the eclipse on April 24th?
Well, Dennis, you can come up and talk about that because he's been going to the meetings.
Right, we don't have any special activity planned for April 8th. Originally, we looked into doing something, but talking to the safety council in the county and stuff, they were concerned about traffic and whatnot. So we're basically going to emphasize 4 of our parks for people to be able to observe the eclipse. There's going to, Holly and I are working on a flyer that's going to be coming out. So I hope that we have enough money left over to purchase some glasses too that we'll hand out.
You know, that actually there's a ton of free glasses that they've been giving.
I can't hear.
They've been giving out a ton of free glasses with
Right.
the
Wood Library
Finger
is
Lakes
giving- the
Visitors
Wood Library
Connection.
has ordered 2,000 glasses, and the Ontario County Tourism Center has already ordered 1,000.
Yeah.
So Jessica gave me the name of the company that they got them from, and I hope we can get some to pass out there at town.
Yeah, if we had some upstairs when people come in, it would be nice to hand those out to them. Dennis, have you even found out how much they cost? Yeah.
Yeah, they're about $1 a piece, so $1.10 a piece. So we're
Okay.
talking, about 1,000 or 2,000.
All right. Thank you, Dennis. Okay. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Yep, you too. I'm just seeing if I can get any free glasses right now.
I actually can probably bring some too, because my office has a lot, so.
All right, Dennis, since you're here in the flesh, tree team, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, well, I gave you the 2024 goals for the tree team. I put them in your mailbox last weekend. And we have finally finished the Heritage Tree program. I'm not sure what the next step is. If you want me to email you copies to look at and let you decide how.
I would say email to them, to us, we can review it, discuss it, and then if the board decides we could adopt it. See how we might adopt that as a board or adopt that as a town to see what it would entail and if there's consensus to do that.
Yeah, we spent, over an hour, over a year working on it. We looked at a lot of plans throughout the United States of other communities and stuff, so it kind of follows the same procedure.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Other communities.
How much did that cost the town, your plan?
Just whatever the paper cost to run it off upstairs.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing that.
So a list of trees would be great. You put in your report like a list of trees that the town would love to see planted. I think that sooner versus later for that. So we could put that in the newsletter or whatever, because I think people are planting a lot of the wrong species around town. So if we could get them on board with that, those kind of things, I think it'd be great.
Dan has a.
Right, you said it in your report.
He has a list, we just need to know how
Yeah,
to get it out.
yeah, if we get it to Kim somehow.
Well, Kim, but I'd like to add it to our site development guidelines so that when developers are coming here, they can see a list of trees that we would encourage them to plant. So they can start with that instead of come back to that. So.
Right, I agree.
All right, thank you very much. We do have a privilege of the floor. If there's anyone who would like to be heard at this time.
There's a comment online. I believe what they're trying to suggest is food trucks for Halloween and not.
Okay, food trucks, so you don't run out of food, okay.
Would food trucks, do you think we could get food trucks down by the water somewhere for, or not, a Halloween?
You know what, we talked about that, our whole committee. And because it's advertised as a free family event, we thought that maybe some of the families could not afford to buy something from a food truck, because even like a sandwich or a hot dog is almost $10. You know, that's a lot. So we decided not to do it this year. We can revisit it for next year, but you know, I don't know.
I hear what you're saying about the cost, but I think if people know ahead, you know, if we advertise it, it's like a food truck rodeo that will be in addition, people might, I mean, you could have all levels, like we do it at the movie night, the theater night, and so for $5 you get a pretty big ice cream cone, you know, so.
Well, the timing, it's from 2 to 5.
Yeah.
So it's after lunch, people have had lunch, and it's before dinner. So, yeah, you know, we thought it's just, people need like a little bit of snack, and that's what we offer to them.
I would just say those people go crazy for those food truck rodeos.
Well-
That's the only thing that, you know, they would plan their day. They might plan around that to eat there.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
But just food, you guys have done a great job.
we're
We're not
gonna
trying to
talk
reinvent
about
the
it
wheel.
again.
Yeah.
Because we were thinking maybe having one and maybe two. There's a guy that does the kettle corn,
Mhm.
but he wanted like $650 for the 3 hours.
So we've negotiated those guys before. We don't pay them anything. They'll make money hand over fist. There's another one, I'll get the name of it. There's another woman in Rochester who has kettle corn as well.
Okay.
She was just at the Chris Kindle. So, I mean, she pays them to be there, not the other thing.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get.
Yeah,
that.
I'll get that for you.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Made it to the resolutions and motions, everybody. 2 hours to go.
And we only started at 4 and it's 8:33.
I know.
Great.
I know, we did pretty well. And we, yeah, you wanna block the whole thing?
Yeah, no kidding.
You could just pick out the ones you know.
Give me a second.
We can block the first 2.
It's not the best
Yeah.
idea if you can avoid it.
To block them?
And if you're gonna spend all the time to.
Looking at them?
Yeah.
Resolution 270, we need a discussion.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a bunch that needed
This
discussion.
particular agenda might.
Anyhow,
Doesn't lend itself.
okay. Resolution number 264, acceptance of the monthly financial
So
reports. Second. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. See, we would have, that's.
No, we're already.
We're already
Keep going,
ahead of the
Jared.
game. 265, acknowledgement and authorization of budget transfers by the town
Oh,
manager.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Resolution 266, agreement for dog control services.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Resolution 267, acknowledging the cancellation of outstanding checks.
So move.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Seconded. Terry.
Terry,
Terry's quiet over there.
all in fa-
Second.
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Resolution 268, authorizing Canandaigua National Bank Act as agent for the town to accept 2024 town and county tax payments.
So moved.
Second.
Adeline and Dave, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Resolution 269, authorizing budget transfers within the highway fund.
So moved.
Terry and Dave, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Resolution 270, please.
I think we're
Chairman, so
we're replacing this.
there, yeah, right, you want me to? Yeah. What Chris is passing out is a 270A version that we would recommend. I don't know what happened, but longer.
So the wrong numbers, yeah.
You can't do essentially what 270 suggests we do, that giving money to a special district from the highway or from the
Right,
general
okay.
fund. So that's what 270A does. If you would please consider adopting that instead of.
Tabling indefinitely 270.
All right, so I'll make a motion to table resolution 270 indefinitely.
Second.
Okay, we'll give a second to John. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 270 is tabled indefinitely. Resolution 270A, authorizing budget transfers regarding personnel benefit accounts.
Second.
Terry and John. Any discussion?
So where's it coming from? I'm just reading this now live. So where is it coming from, Doug?
So like, for instance, the general fund stuff is coming from the general fund, the highway stuff is coming from the highway. The most important one is the one on the
The
back.
water, yeah.
Water is coming from the.
So we're not crossing funds.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Resolution 271, unpaid water and sewer bills.
Second.
John and Dave.
We had some discussion about 271 during our finance meeting, about increasing the penalty fee schedule to discourage people from doing these bills. Apparently, it's currently at 2%, I think you said,
2%.
is the penalty for that. In Farmington, you indicated it was closer to 20%.
Yeah, what Farmington handles them.
So, and I also think, do we need to update something on this one too, Doc? I had a note.
So I believe Crystal passed out a new version. to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
It has a new amount.
Yes, that's what it was. And I guess Crystal had updated the numbers on this. I have so many updates. I don't know where it is anymore.
So Crystal, and you gave me the updated one, correct?
Yes. The total amount is 160,409.07.
So that is a total amount to be levied. And I think part of the discussion, that would be a fee discussion and other things in the January meeting.
Yep, I just wanted to make note of it.
Yeah. All right, did we get a first and second on that?
Yes, we did.
Who was it?
I made a motion.
So John, me, and Terry. Any further discussion on this, All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Resolution 272, authorizing budget transfer within the Canandaigua Consolidated Water District.
So moved.
Second.
Adeline and Dave. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries. Resolution 273, acceptance of Rabi Engineering and Land Surveying proposal for local study and authorization for town manager to execute agreement.
Move. Second.
Terry and John. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Resolution 274, authorization for town supervisor to execute water services agreement with the city of Canandaigua through December 31st, 2063.
Move.
Second.
Terry and Adeline. So I will be there to execute the next agreement as well in 2064.
Well, in our finance committee meeting, we were gonna have Jim yet again discuss the fact that this was transferred to the water rate, but I don't think there's a large enough audience in the room at this point to do that.
Yeah. It's not free money.
No.
It doesn't disappear.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 275, accepting proposal from MRB Group for professional services for fire hall roof replacement services and authorization for town highway superintendent to execute agreement.
Move. Second.
Terry and Dave, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Resolution 276, acceptance of Millennium Strategies proposal for planning services related to the preparation of a transportation alternatives program grant application for North Road and authorization for town manager to execute agreement.
So moved.
Second. Adeline and Dave, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
I abstain.
Yes, so we have 3 ayes. We have 1 no, and we have 1 abstention. Did you get that? And the no, Terry was the no and John was the abstention. Okay. Resolution 277, acceptance of Siemens agreement of the HVAC service agreement for the highway facility and authorization of town manager to execute documents.
So move. Second.
Terry and John, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Resolution number 278, acceptance of soil erosion control sureties.
So move.
Second.
Terry and Dave, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Resolution 279, adopting the town of Canandaigua sidewalk envisionment map and report as appendix G of the town of Canandaigua comprehensive plan, 21 secret determination of non-significance.
So moved.
This one we are tabling this
Yeah.
until 212.
February.
So
February.
212, 212.
Yeah.
So resolution 279 will be laid on the table. Wait, we do need to vote.
That's why I made a motion.
So I can, yeah, so Adeline made a motion to table it until 212. Can I get a second?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, Terry seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
That's Dennis.
I know. Resolution 280, accepting the resignation of cemetery committee member Mary Schneider.
Move.
Second.
Terry and Dave, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Resolution 281, appointing cemetery committee member Dennis Brewer.
So moved.
Terry and Dave, any discussion?
He'll do a great job.
Yes, he will. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Thank you, Dennis. You left too soon. Resolution 282, acknowledgement of Town of Hopewell Planning Board as lead agency for the building Hopewell Apartments, for the AR building Hopewell Apartments.
Second.
Terry and Dave for the 3rd time in a row. Any discussion?
Where is this?
Across from County Road 10.
It's right across from the creek.
Yeah, other side of 10.
Is it gonna be
Market rate.
local market?
Market rate. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Jared, I think you can table 283 to 288.
You mean block?
Block, sorry,
Yes,
not table, block.
Block 'em?
Excuse me.
Block.
Sorry, long
Jim's
night. I
like,
didn't mean to block.
No.
I didn't mean to do that, Jared.
You okay, Jim? Do you need a
Remember,
minute?
Jim, I did not,
You're like-
no, I mean block, not
Then
table,
you can
sorry.
make a motion to.
I'd like
approve
to make a
283,
motion to,
284, and
I'd like to make a motion to block resolutions 283 to 288.
Can I get a second of that block?
Second.
Oh,
Just one thing, 286, there's a lot of grammar problems with
That might have been me, Terry.
87.
there are grammar problems
Well,
on
it's like
286?
Mr. Miller's hard work throughout their employment or business. Thank him for his.
That was-
Copied and pasted, didn't you?
No, I was typing. Just try to hurry.
I'll talk more about why that's
It
happening.
doesn't change the.
We'll talk more about why that's happening. We'll talk more about
Trying
why
to
that's
save
happening
time.
after.
Apparently it didn't work.
No, that now took
Sorry.
longer. We're getting a little punchy. So we have, which ones did we block?
283 to 288.
288, right?
Yes,
Including 288?
288.
Yes, through two.
Including 288.
Well, no,
No.
no.
I don't think.
283, 284, 285, 286, 287.
Okay, so Adeline made the first,
John made it.
John made the second of the block. All in favor of those, of the block? Aye, opposed? Carries. That did not save time.
Trying to save your voice too.
288, approval of,
Nice.
approval of NICEAD in-stream proposal to convert microfilm to PDF laserfiche and approval for town clerk to sign the contract.
So moved.
Second.
Adeline and Terry. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries. Resolution 289, replacement of surety check with surety bonds.
Second.
Terry and John. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Now we get to the fun part.
It is.
We already did these guys.
We need to do,
Did we do
we
it?
need to do 90.
90 does
Okay.
that once.
Resolution 290, establishing the hiring search committee for town manager position and directing the town manager and the town supervisor to create a proposed transition plan for review and approval by the town board at its December 2023 meeting.
Second.
I believe there is a suggestion made to add staff,
Yeah.
input comments from the public and staff related to the search and hiring process.
Okay, where are we finding that?
The third be it resolved from the bottom.
Input comments from the public and staff.
And then on the very last be it further resolved, we had a note that said that Lindsay and Jim would be helping coordinate the committee in ex officio, non-voting capacity.
Yeah.
Okay, and that would be, so required. So the first be it further resolved that the members of the town board shall serve as search and hiring committee for the position of town manager. Can we add them there?
Yeah, well, why don't we do another one? Just insert a be it further resolved underneath that one.
Yeah.
That says something to the extent of the town highway superintendent and the town director of human resources shall serve in a non-voting capacity on the search and hiring committee in an ex officio capacity.
That sounds great. That's definitely what my motion is saying.
All right,
That's what you were saying.
so you're making a motion to amend this resolution?
Yep.
Can I get a second on the amendment only? Terry? All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Opposed? So the amendment carries. Now can I get a motion for the resolution as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Terry and Dave moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, resolution passes as amended.
And then there was one other thing before we go to the minutes that we had brought up about 252.
Yeah, there's actually two things, so there's a resolution, that we will address, but there's also, so Chair, resolution 252, remember we talked about that, so it's on the table right now, there is a combo table that just did prepare a new resolution to supersede 252. If you want that, we have that here.
Let's take a look at it. So we didn't have everything in time, so.
To jog
it was
everybody's memory,
sitting
this
there.
is the North Road and North Road Capital
Basically,
Project
what
Fund.
this does is this replaces resolution 252 and it authorizes us to execute an agreement with MRB for we already created the capital project, but it authorizes us to execute the MRB proposal. And so that would be resolution number 296. I know we're way out of order, but that just trust me, that's what it would be.
Oh, 'cause we got it for it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So.
Okay.
So it's 296.
296.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, anybody, if you take a second, take a look at it.
This is very confusing.
Let me know when you guys are ready.
I'm not ready. No. What's the HH budget line here? Which one is
Those are
that?
Capital projects.
I know it's capital
Oh,
project, but which
sorry.
one is it, Doug? It's 100, 243.
It's, the capital project number is actually 43, that's what the 43
Yeah,
does.
the
I
43.
don't know the name of it, I think it's, I don't have a previous agenda in front of me.
Is it in
I
here?
believe it's in the. I believe that might be the new one specifically for.
The North Road complete streets.
Yeah.
Or North Road sidewalks, which, whatever we called it. But if you remember, the issue was the funding of that capital project, we decided to take the split.
Oh, yeah, there it is, she's got it right here on the last whereas before the due for the result. North Road Capital Project.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, has everybody had a chance? Dave, you good, John?
Yes, Scott,
You good?
John, you good?
All right, so resolution 296, approval MRB proposal and creation of a capital project for North Road.
So you're going out of
Street.
order?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll,
We've already typed.
okay, moved it with
Second.
Terry and Adeline. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
My clerk has another resolution for you.
This is resolution number 295, appointment of a replacement interim town clerk, interim receiver of tax.
Remember, we did 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That's why
At
you
the
got
first
all,
meeting.
Doug and I typed it,
Yeah, we're losing that. So I will introduce this one. I'll read this one in because we've,
yeah, when
we'd already discussed it, so I don't know if people are gonna want time to review it. I'll give you a
That's what we
second.
talked about.
That's what we talked about. All right, so resolution 295, appointment of Crystalline Lasky as interim town clerk and interim receiver of taxes.
Second.
Terry and Dave. John, you're not getting as much credit because you're on the other end. You need to sit next to me and you can get more credit.
Here's John.
Any discussion?
Has anyone discussed this with Crystalline?
I gave her a copy of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure that
She
this
hasn't run away.
is.
Yeah, she hasn't run out of the room, so.
So what for everyone who's here and everyone who's, I hope for people still listening online. This resolution, sorry, this will appoint Crystalline to serve as the interim clerk until 12/31/2024. And that is by state law, that is the next year of Jean's term. And whereby she would have to run for the final year of Jean's term, if she so chooses. It also appoints her as interim receiver of taxes. Because with Jean resigning, we need a receiver of taxes. So this does both of those, and it gives us, and Kristen will be in those roles through 2024, 12/31.
Can I just ask,
And it would take effect
Upon the resignation of Jean Chrisman as town clerk, because we don't know when that day will be.
can I just confirm how many of our deputy clerks are residents of the town of Canandaigua?
0.
I think one is one.
Well, we have
is
one
Crystalline.
current, sorry,
Yes.
other than, so we have one current clerk who is a resident of the town of Canandaigua, and that would be Crystalline. So, and we can't be without a clerk, and she's done a great job in the time that she's been there. Learning, keeping us going, keeping us on our heels, so now it's gonna be her show for the next year, don't get nervous. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries, that was not an opposed. That was the black lung that is growing in my.
Please don't say
Okay,
All right, we do have an executive, no, not
We
yet.
have, no, we got more.
You're
now.
jumping ahead of me, now we're still talking.
Got the
Make
minutes,
sure I understood where we.
All right, all right.
back to the
Approval of the
minutes.
minutes, October 11th,
What
October.
we have, resolutions 291, 292.
We already did those in
we
the
did
other
those at the
meeting.
prior
Covered that as
meeting.
a block.
Yes.
No, you passed them.
They were in the other meeting.
They moved
Right.
them.
I know, it's been a long
You were
night.
there, I saw you.
It was a long time, long
That
time
was-
ago.
It was like 4 hours.
That was
ago.
almost like That was almost like a full workday ago. It's like, we're going on. Huh? Don't worry about it. I've got like lawyer days.
Okay, meeting minutes.
All right. Approval, can I get a motion to approve the October 11th, 16th and 23rd board meetings?
Second.
Terry and John?
I have some changes I'd like to make.
Yes.
In relation to the October 23rd special meeting, I'd like to make a change to restore the complete motion as was submitted in written form to the town clerk's office from the October 23rd minute.
Okay.
Minutes.
That was a motion to make that revision to the.
So we need a second?
Second.
Okay, moving second, and any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right,
And then all in
Carries.
favor of the minutes as revised.
Yes.
yeah,
we already
all
have.
right, all in favor of the minutes as
That's
revised?
revised.
So moved.
No, it's already been moved. Just
Oh.
saying A.
Aye.
Aye,
We already moved
it's
it.
been too long,
It's been moved.
okay,
Oh,
And
now
if you
Chris
can-
only gets to read off
and
numbers.
if you can provide that,
Yes,
if you could
I'll
provide
provide
that
it
to
to her
her.
again.
Okay, payment of the bills. Crystalline. You're up.
Okay. Utility abstract dated October 30th, 2023, totaling $14,008.60 as follows. General fund, $10,308.85. Highway fund, $355. Water districts, $3,344.75. Town board abstract dated November 20th, 2023, totaling $1,296,603.04 as follows. General fund, $428,442.05. Highway fund, $229,496.30. Capital projects, $579,927.80. Lighting districts, $1,535.01. Sewer districts, $18,210. Water districts, $38,991.88.
Okay, can I get a motion to pay the bills?
So moved.
Adeline and John? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bills are paid.
Oh, I forgot about this one.
All right, so we do have other business. Are they on?
Would you like me to just tell you what you need to do right
Good
now?
Lord, have they been on the whole time?
They have What this is, that applicant has applied for a amended site plan approval for phase 2. Which, as you can see from their memorandum, reduces the number of buildings by 3 buildings. This is for a requirement or recommendation from New York State to reduce the total number of units in their grant. The local law.
Can you pull this up, the map, real quick? Because I don't think we got the attachment.
We didn't get this attachment in the
I'm gonna
package.
show it to you.
Yeah.
No, it is in there somewhere.
It's attachment 18.
Yeah,
Oh, it
there is an
stops at
attachment
13.
18.
So-
It's up at 13.
The local law that was passed for the mixed use overlay district requires that if the town board finds that any changes are significant, the overall plan has been significantly changed, then they would need to essentially come back for your approval. that is in the eye of the beholder, obviously, it's up to you. In terms of applications that I've seen, that this planning board has seen, this would not count as a significant change. In any respect, they're not expanding anything, they're not moving anything. They're eliminating 3 buildings. In my mind, that isn't significant in any way. Out of the total number of units in this project. Unless someone believes that it is a significant change, no action is required from the town board. Just proceed under the existing local law, which authorizes this project in either form. Unless the town board finds that there's a.
So how many total buildings?
96, well, that 96 units goes to 70.
Something.
72 units.
That's not
In
counting
phase
Route 10?
Yes.
For the next phase.
In phase 2. I don't know how many off the top.
I want to say it's 20.
20-ish, you know, it's great.
I mean, for me, I heard about this a lot in PRC. I don't see it as a significant change. What's most important to me is it's not a significant change to me as long as they begin construction on the sidewalk at the beginning of phase 2.
Absolutely a planning board issue.
It's already been addressed,
Mhm.
so.
Here's the parcel lines here, it actually. There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
You know, and if you look at their area and bulk standards, their setbacks are staying the same, internal and external, building height,
And they-
distance between buildings.
And they chose to do this, was my understanding, because of New York State funding reasons, is what I had heard of the
That's
PRC.
exactly my understanding and what they put in writing to us in the memorandum and what I've spoken to the developer about.
So it's a 30% reduction in buildings, right?
That is correct.
So that's
In
not,
that phase.
In that phase.
but that's what we're talking about, right? This phase,
Correct.
right? So at what level is significant?
Well, it's generally, so the planning board winds up making a determination of significance like this in a lot of situations. Developers will come, well, that's what they're gonna be coming back to the planning board for on this. It's generally taken in totality. You know, when I started reading, the setbacks are staying the same. The use is staying the same, open space is staying the same. In my mind, the way, you know, does the change the project? Is it still affordable housing? Is it still, you know?
The roads are
a big
staying the same.
multifamily project, you know, if they were doubling the number of units or adding 3 buildings.
That's a little different.
So what will they do with that space where those 3 buildings were gonna go?
Grass. But the other thing is, it's in the context of the local law you passed, that the town board passed in 2017. There's no requirement of number of buildings or number of units in the local law. Now, would that be an issue for the planning board? Maybe. But in terms of a local law, it's, in my opinion, it's.
Piggyback on that, so what the proposal originally had was 4 phases of 96 units, right? So it's not increasing that, it's reducing that. But you also have to keep in mind, they have applied for financing at least 3 or 4 times and been turned down. So honestly, this probably helps them be able to build it, which otherwise they probably are just gonna continue to be running into some issues. You're gonna have nothing, so.
I'll go with the flow.
You don't have to.
No, I know, but I will.
I mean, it's my
Well, that,
opinion, it's not, but it's your decision, not mine.
those laws were written in there so that the town board had some sort of input in these processes they're having in the MUL. So that's why, you know, it's making sure this is still fitting our needs, and the change is not significant enough to be changing the purpose of what they're doing over there.
Could ask a tough question.
I'm bringing you to the next planning board meeting. Yes, sir.
I've heard some friendly things about that particular development.
Yeah,
And by them coming with this, we could reevaluate whether we want to move forward with this in that area or not, or is that outside of our purview?
well, the determination you have to make is that change significant?
But to me, they're only changing it so they become, so that they can get money from the state to complete it.
Yeah.
So if they stayed where they wanted to do what they proposed, it wouldn't fly. Or they'd be less
Yeah,
likely to get
it'd
the
be-
money.
Presumably, they wouldn't get it anytime soon. In which case they can't build it because it's
Right.
affordable housing.
Right.
Which the only way to build it, is my understanding, is if you get those incentives and
Right.
the benefits from the government, from the state.
And we know there is an issue with affordable housing, so why would we say no? My opinion.
Well, if we need for affordable housing, why don't they build all of it? That's what I
Because
would
they
say.
can't get the money to
They
do it.
can't get the money.
No, I understand that, but
No, and you can't build affordable housing can only be built with tax money.
right.
So let me see if I can, there's some guys up there who I told you wouldn't let talk today, but they told us in 2017, they explained the process. And the reason it's in 4 phases is because the state wants it in chunks essentially. It was, at the time, they thought 96 units at a time. It turns out the state wanted 72 units at a time. So
And this is phase 2? There's 4 phases, so what happens to phase 3 and 4?
I think that would be a decision that the applicant would make when they go to finance phase 3 or build phase 3.
Right, phase 3, but phase 4, keep in mind, has always been a market rate.
Yeah.
Phase 4 is market rate,
And is
3 is affordable.
So, yeah.
Is there an intent to return these buildings to the plan in a later phase?
Not that's been stated to me or to the development office, and at that point, that would be a change that would come back against you, or back before you, and my advice on significance of changes if you're adding 3 buildings would be a lot different than taking 3 buildings away.
And if we say this is significant change, they have to stick with where they are, which would not allow them to go forward.
Hang on, let me answer that for you. If
They have
it's
to
a
restart.
significant change.
They have to restart the planning process, don't they?
Yeah, I think, yes, essentially it would mean they have to go back to what they have.
So would that have an outcome on phase 3 and 4?
Probably
I don't think
phase
they'd
2
ever
not
have that.
exist.
Right, I understand that.
Which means
This is
sidewalk.
just vacant land
Right.
if you don't.
I don't see it as a significant change. I wanna get that housing built. I think there's a great need for that housing to be built. I think I'm a little disappointed that they can't build the number because of the New York State regulations, but for me, that's a great spot for it. It's a continuing existing community. It's within the same floor plan. We're not changing the roads or anything else, and I wanna get that sidewalk built. So I'm in favor of not calling it a significant
I
change.
guess going back to, I guess I would also advise, I would strongly recommend against using a decision like this to regulate non-land use matters. There are other ways, and if there's problems with the project, town staff, code enforcement, zoning issues, health, whoever needs to be talked to needs to be talked to. And I would imagine those people are gonna call someone at town hall in the morning and say, hey, what was John Casey talking about? What can we do to fix it? Hopefully, if not, then.
I mean,
I agree with everything Adeline has said.
Yeah.
I'm just asking a tough question.
Yeah, but I think we do have to deal with.
And I
whatever
wanna thank John for bringing that up, for saying what sometimes people are afraid to say, is that we do have, there are ramifications. There have been, and I hear concerns from that area as well.
And I think it ought to.
And I think it's fair that we know that
Bring it
there
up and just, you know,
Right.
we're representing the whole community.
are, there are
There are
concerns
concerns about it. There's no doubt about that.
about the resources used, the time spent. Yeah, and, and the neighborhood and the stuff that's spread, things spreading. I've people call me and ask about the whole wooded area that's, contiguous to there, that's part of the project that, when the fall comes, it's awful. I see garbage everywhere and it's just embarrassing to drive down that way. So, but
that's a code enforcement
right,
issue from our
and I don't
standpoint,
think that we can say it. I mean, we can share those concerns we've heard, but I don't think we,
The
it's
two of you
something,
have the same concerns-ish, I'm assuming, it sounds like.
yeah, but I don't think it's something that's gonna stop us to
Yeah, it's
say
not
on
something
the,
that I
on the
wanna bring up
project.
to stop the project. I think
No,
that-
no, I think, Paul or Greg, you could,
I mean, we can
Jared or
talk-
Paul tomorrow. so
We can call and talk about it after. I think we should just vote on it, because it's gonna
No
go
vote.
through.
No vote is needed unless Dave wants to make a motion that there is a significant change.
I'll let it go.
Okay, and we can, if you wanna give my info, they wanna call me and I can share things that I've heard.
I think that's the kind of developer this is, that would rather talk to the town than have you go through the trouble of going, they'll deal with the code
Yeah.
enforcement as well. but
Yeah, have them give
I
me a
think it's
yell.
rather
Yeah, have them give me a call. Okay,
you guys find them to be responsive.
all right, perfect. Okay, privilege of the floor. Anybody online? Jim, do you have anything for privilege of the floor? Sure. All right. We do have
No.
an executive session.
We all knew that.
We need Jim.
Night, Yvonne.
See you, Yvonne.
Can I come with you?
Personnel, or one person.
Employment
Same as
history.
the last one,
Yeah,
pretty much.
yeah,
Yes, sorry,
and litigation.
and
No.
potential future litigation.
Yeah.
Great.
All right. Can I get a motion to enter executive session?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Who seconded?
Nay.
Dave. Dave did and Terry motioned it, Dave seconded.
I didn't really.
Yes.
Can I make a motion?
You need the video on. All right, so then if we've exited executive session, can I get a motion to adjourn? All in favor?
Aye.
We even board everybody off the video on Zoom on.